His Excellency Ekapha Pantavong, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for Socio-Cultural Community, His Excellency Ambassador Sheltormort Patterson, Ambassador Norway to ASEAN, Dr. Ponsi Sutanaruk, Deputy Director General of Department of Marine and Coastal Resources, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment of Thailand, all distinguished guests, speakers, moderator, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon from Bali, Indonesia, and welcome to the regional workshop Best Environmental Practices in the Plastic Packaging Industry Solution for Marine Pollution in ASEAN. This event is organized by Center for Southeast Asian Studies Indonesia in collaboration with the Norwegian Institute for Water Research and Indonesian Packaging Federation under the ASEAN-Norwegian Cooperation Project on Local Capacity Building for Reducing Plastic Pollution in the ASEAN region. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, ASEANO project aims to strengthen the collaboration in the ASEAN region to reduce plastic pollution, disseminate and share knowledge between countries, and contribute to meeting sound reduction targets both nationally and regionally. It will build knowledge and capacity to tackle plastic pollution from key sources in the ASEAN region. Next, I would like to invite our keynote speaker to deliver opening remarks for today's event. First, I would like to invite His Excellency Ekapha Pantavong, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for Socio-Cultural Community. For His Excellency Ekapha Pantavong, time is yours.
Thank you very much. Excellency Kjit Thomas Peterson, Ambassador of Norway to ASEAN. Dr. Arisman, Executive Director, Center for Southeast Asian Studies, CSEAS, Indonesia. Representatives from the ASEAN member states, Norway, the partner organizations, industry associations, research institutions, and universities. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to welcome all our distinguished participants to the ASEANO regional workshop on best environmental practices, BEP, in the plastic packaging industry. My appreciation goes to the Center for the Southeast Asian Studies, CSEAS, and the Norwegian Institute for Water Research, NIWA, for the excellent arrangements made for this workshop, and also the contributing to information and knowledge concerning the marine pollution in the region. My acknowledgement also goes to the government of Norway for its strong and continued support through the ASEAN-Norwegian cooperation project on local capacity building for reducing the plastic pollution in ASEAN region, or the ASEANO project. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, plastic packaging has become an indispensable part of retail, logistics, and the consumer goods industry. The consumption of the single-use packaging has dramatically increased in ASEAN member states due to the economic growth, rapid urbanization, and changing the consumption and the production patterns. COVID-19 pandemic further affects the consumption preferences as people rely on the packaged food deliveries and online shopping in the safety of their residences. At the same time, packaging waste constitutes a significant fraction of municipal solid waste in the ASEAN region. Leakages and unmanaged plastic waste pollutes the air and lands through the open burning and open dumping. It blocks drainage systems, increasing the risk of flooding and providing the breeding grounds of the mosquitoes carrying the malaria and the other infectious diseases. Joint efforts by the policy makers and all the stakeholders along the packaging value chain are therefore required. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today's workshop will focus on innovation in the sustainable packaging design, and secondly, on the best environmental practices of the plastic packaging waste and the extended producers' responsibility policy. Both are among the ASEAN's priorities identified in the ASEAN Regional Action Plan on the combating marine debris in the ASEAN member states, launched in May 2021, especially under the research, innovation, and the capacity building and the private sector engagement components. Innovation in sustainable packaging design. In recent years, new innovations in design, collection schemes, infrastructure, and products from the recovered waste have delivered positive impacts and offered promising long-term solutions. At the regional level, ASEAN has been supporting the innovative solutions through the research and knowledge development as part of our cooperation with partners, such as the ASEANO project, to promote local capacity building. To build upon this progress, there is a need to coordinate such initiatives at the regional level, enhance the networks and databases for the easier access to information and innovation about the region, and attracting investment for the innovations. I look forward to the insights and perspectives from the industry and packaging associations on this topic. I wish that our discussion will provide food for thought in this important aspect. Enabling the EPR through the plastic recycling organizations or the PROs, involving all the stakeholders along the value chains to reduce the plastic pollution and enhance resource efficiency is a must. This includes the focused discussion on the industry and the private sector. The industry is evidently showing the signs that they are committed and capable to address the mounting challenges. I am encouraged by the fact that more and more the leading companies act on extended producer responsibility, or the EPR, including through the producer responsibility organizations or PROs. These the plastic recycling organizations played a critical role as a conduit to connect value chain actors, close the infrastructure gaps, connect businesses with the informal sector, and enable the efficient waste collection for recycling. I hope that the perspectives from the pros on the progress and achievements, challenges will shed light for collaboration to advance their work. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to encourage CSEAS, NIWA, and the other partners to join hands and bring all the key sectors, in particular to the private sector, businesses and industries with the public sector in charge to discuss and work out on how to advance and accelerate the design of innovative packaging upstream for the sustainability and the future of ASEAN. I trust that we can benefit from such an exchange to support a better policy making process. With shared vision and joint efforts, we can continue to make waves and work together towards a cleaner and healthier oceans and coasts. I wish this workshop a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. Next, second, I would like to invite His Excellency Ambassador Kjell Tormod Petersen, Ambassador Norway to ASEAN, to deliver the opening remarks. For Ambassador Petersen, time is yours.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, Mr. Pantavong, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN, Mr. Tongdi, Chairperson of ASEAN Working Group on Coastal and Marine Environment, distinguished speakers, participants, and colleagues. Please let me start by thanking the organizers for the opportunity to welcome you all to this event. Today's and tomorrow's events are important outcomes of the joint project ASEANO between Norwegian Institute for Water Research and Center for Southeast Asian Studies and their regional ASEAN partners. The growth in plastic packaging production in my generation is formidable, bringing welcome improvements in the distribution and the longevity of goods in the beginning to where we are today, with great concerns about pollution, in particular marine littering. Unfortunately, our oceans have become extensively polluted by rising global demand for such packaging, consumerism, and inadequate waste management. I'm glad that the ASEANO project can gather stakeholders from industry, policymakers, and academia to address the issue and discuss measures to mitigate plastic waste pollution. This is not a blame game, but a constructive dialogue to map out the way forward. We have to expect that the growth in plastic packaging will continue, and we therefore must agree on systems to handle it before our rivers and oceans become polluted beyond recovery. In Norway's cooperation with ASEAN, we attach significant importance to the ASEANO project, which is one of the largest in our portfolio and has potential to be developed further. It depends very much on you participating in today's workshop and other stakeholders. I know the issues you're addressing at the workshop do not have any easy solutions, but we must start somewhere. I see from policy documents that the ASEAN countries are taking the challenge of marine pollution seriously and are seeking ways to find solutions. I'm sure that this workshop and other efforts will contribute in that respect, and Norway is willing to assist with our expertise, being a country 100% dependent on a sustainable blue economy. In addition to cooperation on national and regional level, Norway is active globally. We, together with Indonesia, are part of the high-level panel on sustainable ocean economy. All inputs are relevant. With growing linkages in global supply chains, industries, and trade, we must seek a holistic approach to safeguard our ecosystems and reduce plastic pollution. Finally, thank you for the opportunity to be present at the opening of this workshop today. We'd like to encourage all the participants to bring the best knowledge to the discussion. I wish you all the best with your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Petersen. Next, I would like to invite His Excellency Sopontong, the Chairperson of ASEAN Working Group on Coastal and Marine Environment, represented by Dr. Pornsy Sutanaruk, Deputy Director General of Department of Marine and Coastal Resources, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment of Thailand. For Dr. Pornsy Sutanaruk, time is yours.
His Excellency Ekapha Pantavong, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for Socio-Cultural Community, His Excellency Kjell Tormod Petersen, Ambassador Norway to ASEAN, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Chair of the ASEAN Working Group on Coastal and Marine Environment, it is my great pleasure and honor to participate in the opening ceremony and deliver the remarks to the regional workshop on best environmental practice in the plastic packaging industry, solution for marine pollution in ASEAN. Let me first congratulate to all of you for the success of the both project steering committee meeting, which was held on October the 1st, 2020 at the second ASEAN-Norwegian cooperation project on local capacity building for reducing plastic pollution in ASEAN region on July the 27th of 2021. I would like to thank the Center of Southeast Asian Studies to collaborating with the Norwegian Institute for Water Research and Indonesian Packaging Federation in coordination with the ASEAN Secretariat for the hospitality. My sincere appreciation is conveying to the ASEAN Secretariat and the staffs for their efforts in facilitating the meeting today, even though the pandemic of COVID-19 situation is getting more critical, affecting people on our region, including a new variant of Omicron. I do hope we will get over it and back to our full function very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are all aware that the leakage of the plastic waste in the oceans is not only the regional combating but also the global challenging. The regional workshops aim to strengthen the capacity of the related stakeholders in reducing plastic waste by exchanging experience and knowledge among key stakeholders involving in the plastic value chains. The workshop will be one of our efforts in enhancing a close cooperation and strong support from all cross-sector and multi-stakeholders in making a major step in overcome the challenges to achieve our goals. As you may know that these regional workshops support the success of the implementation of ASEAN RAP, which is proposed to serve as a stepping stone toward the successful implementation of the plan. I am certain that in the implementation of the project under the strategic direction, your thoughtful guidance and brilliant suggestions shall be immense the benefit of our marine environment. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish the regional workshop on best environmental practice in the plastic packaging industry a success. And I hope that we will have a comprehensive discussion and come up with the expected outcome that could support the cooperation among ASEAN countries to reducing plastic waste in the ocean. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency and Ambassador, for the delivering opening remarks. Next, as part of ASEANO project implementation, this year, Center for Southeast Asian Studies and Norwegian Institute for Water Research hosted a video contest titled ASEANO Youth Video Competition on Reducing Plastic Pollution Towards Sustainable Lifestyle for university students from ASEAN countries, to giving them a platform to share their view to campaign on sustainable lifestyle in reducing plastic pollution. The competition was registered by 150 participants from ASEAN countries, and 3 best winners has been selected by panel of judges of the competition. One of the winners is come from University of Indonesia that explain about extended producer responsibility. Before we begin our event, we please you to watch the video.
According to a study, these 5 countries, China, Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, and the Philippines, are the sole contributors of 57% of plastic debris in oceans across the globe, and most of them are Southeast Asian countries. Out of all that plastic debris, around 40% of it actually comes from plastic packaging. Marine plastic waste runs the risk of choking sea creatures to death. Observations of 1,328 sea creature mortalities show that 3 types of plastics are the leading cause of death for cetaceans, sea turtles, and seabirds. On the economic side, marine plastic exhausts the country's budget. Deloitte estimates in Asia alone, cleaning up this waste will cost up to 9.64 billion US dollars. Meanwhile, the average loss of economic value for marine tourism, fisheries, and aquaculture costs up to 1.24 billion US dollars. One solution to tackle marine plastic, especially plastic packaging in Southeast Asia, is by implementing Extended Producer Responsibility, or EPR. This means that companies who place packaged goods on the market bear the cost of their waste collection, treatment, recycling, and disposal. Here's how it works. Companies who produce products with plastic packaging for the consumer will pay a fee to a system operator who organizes collection and further processing of the packaging waste. This system operator also educates consumers on how to reduce and segregate their waste. The operator will then contract out waste management services to the third parties, such as waste pickers to take away plastic packaging from consumers. System operators then report to government on waste collection, recycling, and disposal. According to WWF, more than 30 countries, mainly in Europe, but also including Japan and South Korea, have implemented EPR programs, and around 400 EPR schemes exist worldwide. By implementing the EPR scheme in these 5 countries, we are able to reduce more than half of the plastic waste in oceans across the globe and save our beloved Earth.
Distinguished guests, Ambassador, Excellency, Speaker, Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to hand over to Moderator to lead our first session for today's event. I would like to invite our first moderator, Ms. Ariana Susanti, Director of Indonesian Packaging Federation. For Ms. Ariana, the time is yours.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. My name is Ariana Susanti, and I will become moderator today for session 1 with topic innovation in sustainable packaging design. I would like to welcome you all and thank you for attending this regional workshop in hybrid. Now we are coming to the speaker for session 1. We are hosting 7 speakers in this session 1 to provide updates on the most recent situation of technological development in the relevant field as well as the current condition of plastic waste in ASEAN countries. And first, I will call Mr. Hengki Wibawa. I will share screen. Yeah. Okay. I call Pak. Pak Hengki Wibawa is with topic Indonesia Circular Plastic Packaging Design Recycling Guidelines. He is the Vice President of Education in the World Packaging Organization, or WPO, and Executive Director at the Indonesian Packaging Federation, or IPF. He graduated from der Universität Bochum in Germany at the Faculty of Electrical Engineering, Department of Electronic Data. He has been more than 30 years of experience in the flexible packaging industry and now being packaging consultant. So please, Pak Hengki, your time is 10 minutes from now.
Thank you, moderator. Well, first of all, I will thanks for the opportunity to share with you my presentation today. Of course, this is really a challenge for us, and I would like to share with you what we have established the last 15 months actually. Maybe somebody, yes. This is the guidelines that we have done 15 months, as I mentioned. It's a collaborative guideline that we have done together from WPO, World Packaging Organization, which I'm representing today, and as well the Indonesian Packaging Federation. I'm also from Indonesian Packaging Federation, of course. And then with PRAISE. PRAISE is a consortium of 6 brand owners in Indonesia. And they have been established also IPRO for the action plan. And with ADUPI. ADUPI is the Indonesian Recycler Association. So this is the guideline that we think that we're going to do it in Indonesia. We try to bridge between the global guideline that has been done, for example, European, and with the Indonesian waste landscape today, packaging waste landscape today. Next. So, next. Yes, this is the guideline that, of course, regarding the packaging. And what we are going to do is what we call the sustainable packaging. So we are talking about plastic mainly, of course, because plastic lately has become the big challenge, the big enemy in the world. But you want or not, this is not possible to totally ignoring plastic. For example, like your clothes, mostly are plastic. So this is the sustainable design, that the first initiative that we are going to do. This is from our part. We are the packaging expert, we are the packaging converter, which is responsible for that. This is an approach to creative production and intentionally reduces the environmental and social impact through effective decision making. Next. Next. Yeah, but we have to get back to the basic function of the packaging actually. As you know, for example, like protection. How can you bring water like this without the packaging? Yeah, you cannot distribute. This should be packaging there. And then about the consumer information, because today, that was mentioning before at the keynote, that our fast-moving consumer goods is really growing, especially in the developing countries like Indonesia. And this is definitely is also part of the why packaging are growing. And then the portioning, handling, marketing, and then regarding the logistic, resource-efficient logistic. That is also the part that we have to do, so that the whole packaging function today, I always saying that what we have to do is make it better, we make it faster, because our living style today is getting faster, everything. And then we're going to make it, the packaging also safer and greener. Safer and greener. And then the next is, of course, the packaging is always have to be cheaper, because this is part of the product. And the next is, of course, the packaging also getting smarter, because we are living with the logistic, this is a supply chain. So the packaging makes smarter, including into so-called the sustainable packaging that we are talking about. Next. So, what we are going to do? What is the initiative that we have to do? First, as I mentioned, reimagine the functionality, the whole functionality that we need. The next is don't couple unrecyclable materials in that. This is part of what we have to do. That we have to understand what is recyclable, what is not recyclable. Next. And avoiding accidental greenwashing. That's what we hear today and what we see today. A lot of greenwashing, but not solution. What we have to do is a solution. Fine. Next. So then I started with the life cycle thinking. That is so important today. You know that just recently, all the global leaders are gathering in Glasgow for the COP26. So don't forget not only looking at the post-consumer waste, but also all the parts, the life cycle thinking that we have to look at. So this is a way of thinking includes the economic, environmental, and social consequences on that. This is so important in that. Next. What I'm going to say in this, if we are talking back to packaging, we have to consider the whole holistic approach in that. The eco-design, we call it. So as mentioned that before, how about the resources efficiency in that? How we can really save the resources. And then the climate protection regarding that COP26 that we are talking about. And then renewable raw material. What is that renewable material? So recycling is also part of a renewable because we do upcycling. We reuse that again. We reuse that again. Okay? And the whole supply chain that I'm talking that before. How about the transport distance? Because this is in regards to the energy consumption. And then regarding the deposit refund system, which is also much important. We are already discussing a lot in Indonesia because this is part that we need really a funding system in that. Better product protection that we are already talking that before, and design for recycling. That is a challenge that we have to do from our part, from our point of view. So optimize, take back, and waste separation, anti-littering, and use biodegradable plastic. That's what I'm going to talk a lot later on, but this is also part of the challenge that we have to consider what is the best. Environmental communication, eco-label, and free of toxic substance. Sometimes that's what the greenwashing sometimes I'm talking about. Yeah, we are talking about the whole biodegradable. We're talking about the recycling material, but are they really free of toxic substance? If we want to reuse it again for food and drug, whatever. So that is we have also to consider. Next. So the whole life cycle we have to optimize, and there's a method that we use in the world. Actually, this is what we call life cycle assessment. It's a method how we really seeing the whole stream from the upstream to downstream, from the using of the energy that I mentioned, using of water. How about the carbon emission and the post-consumer waste handling as well. So this is the whole holistic approach that we have to consider, not only, again, into the end station. So the whole holistic approach. Next. So plastic pollution, yes, there's a lot. I'm also realized that. So that's why, because we consume maybe too much plastic in total. But recycling waste is not sufficient currently, especially like Indonesia. It's not, I will show you later on. And highly dissipative plastic complicates the collection as well. So the infrastructure, how about the infrastructure? How about the education of the consumer in littering? Littering is one of our human habits, actually. Yeah? But we have to do that. We have to find the infrastructure. And recycling can be part of the whole prudent waste management, definitely. And don't forget, we have to stop all transboundary movement of plastic waste. Currently, Indonesia is still imported plastic scrap, I would say. Scrap, not waste, scrap. All right? Next. Yeah, this is too small maybe, but what I'm going to show here, if you see what we are really doing recycling is very, very little. very is a small part. The most are going into landfill. Going to landfill, and this make it complexity, because we only put it into the landfill, and the rest going to the river, going to the ocean. What we are going to talk a lot later on here. Next. And this is our currently the informal sector that we are depending actually in regards to the post-consumer waste that we are talking about. We have only waste collectors, we have recycling pickers that living around the landfill that we have, open dumping landfill, yeah? And then the street scavengers, and then we have river waste collectors. Even in the river, there's a collectors, but only the valuable waste that they're going to do. The waste banks, the junk shops, the aggregators, and the recyclers. This is all the stakeholders, and I would say as informal sector. Next. And this is what we see here. Our open dumping landfill everywhere, which is according to our Act 18, 2008, is 13 years ago. We have to close down this, because this is not the solution. The whole open dumping landfill is a mix of waste. And you know, based on the study in Jakarta, for example, the open dumping landfill, Bantar Gebang, is 60 to 70% is organic waste. So this is really funny actually. The plastic is only 14 to 15%. And this is the problem, and this still become a mound of trash. A mound of trash, never been degradable, never been compostable, because no any microbes are living there. So this is not the solution, as I mentioned. Next. And this is the 4 recycling program according to our guideline that we have to do. We know where the waste generators, we know what our recycling system, we want to make it kind of business model first, that we are to do, and we will show this of the successful later on or the business model to our policy maker. This is the way you have to do. So that's what we want to do regarding the funding sources. We also have to find our own resources. Next. So our strategy to plastic is designed for recycling, boosting demand of recycled plastic. Recycled plastic will be reused again, better separate collection and sorting, and the whole extended producer responsibility, real based on the best practice and action plan that we are going to do. And I think this is my last, next. Yeah, this is the whole best practice I mentioned before. PRAISE has established IPRO for the action plan. And yeah, we will see our efforts with this whole action plan. Thank you, I think. Next.
Thank you, Pak Hengki, for your great presentation today. I will conclude from Pak Hengki's presentation that we have consumed too much plastic in total today. The problem is recycling plastic waste is not enough. Litters is a consequence of various problems such as habit, lack of awareness, and lack of law enforcement. Recycling can be part of waste management, but waste prevention is more than important. The strategy for circular plastic packaging design as a guidelines for recycling are improving the economic and quality of recycling, curbing plastic waste and littering. This is we need to educate people to be able to sort out the garbage from their home, and supporting innovation and investment in circular solution. If you have any question during the presentation, please type them in the chat room. I'll bring them up in the question and answer session after all speakers give their presentation. Now I will call the second speaker, Mr. Triyono Susilo. Yeah. So I will share. Okay, Pak Triyono Priyo Susilo. He has topic sustainable packaging in practice. He is Public Affairs and Communication Director at Coca-Cola Indonesia. Coca-Cola is one of the founder of PRICE and iPro. PRICE is Packaging and Recycling Alliance for Indonesia Sustainable Environment. There are 6 companies initiate PRICE as founding members, which are Coca-Cola, Danone, Indofood, Nestle, Tetra Pak, and Unilever. PRICE initiate the Indonesian Packaging Recovery Organization, or iPro, to seek ways to speed up the implementation of the circular economy from waste collection to recycling. So, please, Pak Triyono, you have time 10 minutes from now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. My apology that I'm not able to be there myself. I like to be in Bali, but unfortunately I cannot at the moment. So I will try to join virtually, and hopefully what I can share with everyone, it could become a knowledge, and also maybe inspire all of us to do better, to work toward a sustainable environment and managing our plastic waste. So maybe if I can have the presentation, or maybe should I just present from my end? Oh, all right, thank you. Okay, so maybe next, please. Yeah, thank you. So I think all of us understand that actually the world has a packaging problem. And from Coca-Cola, of course, we want to be part of the solution. I want to be, we want to be able to drive positive change. We understand that apart from government, NGO, businesses like ours have an important role to play in solving this issue. And this is an emerging issue globally that we need to put our attention on. So I'm very, very much happy the fact that we have this session today, the fact we have this an opportunity to share. And on behalf of Coca-Cola, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity, and I'm honored to be part of this great panel to talk about our efforts in terms of circular ecosystem for packaging, as well as sharing insight. So next, please, if you don't mind. So so in Coca-Cola, about 3 years ago, we announced our vision on how we want to be part of the solution, and it's called the World Without Waste. And we feel that it's the right thing to do for our planet, for our communities, as well as for our business. The issue of plastic is not only about issue of managing how we can sustainability tackle the issue of post-consumer plastic, but also it will impact the business moving forward and in a major way. And we feel that we have that responsibility to help solve this problem. At that time, we feel that this goal was very ambitious, and it is still ambitious today. But we know that, and we continue to believe that this is the right thing to do, and this is the right way forward. Again, there's a plastic pollution crisis, and we want to be part of the solution. And there are elements in our vision that we want to do, that we want to achieve, and a lot of them, some of them actually we need to do on ourselves, but also a lot actually, working with others. We also believe that progress will not be happening overnight. Of course, this is there's a roadmap that we actually set up ourselves. So if you see here that the vision is actually we want to help collect and recycle a bottle or a can for everyone we sell by 2030. So we already set up a vision and a roadmap of where we want to achieve by 2030. And I guess in every market there will be a different roadmap. looking at different condition of each market, and that's happened also in this region. And it is a complex issue, and it requires collective action. We see that also during COVID-19 crisis, it is impacting a lot of what we do as a business. But we also believe that even during that crisis, we still need to focus on sustainability, and we need to focus really on our commitment for world without waste. And this is where we feel that we are making progress, and we want to move forward so that we can achieve our target of 2030, if not even faster. Next, please. So the way we look at the strategy of implementing world without waste is divided into three buckets or three big elements. One is of course design, the other one is collect, and the last one is partnership. And design, of course, this is I think where we have a lot of control. We want to redesign the way we look at our packaging. For Indonesia specifically, I think we want to make sure that all our packaging are 100% recyclable. That's one thing. We also want to use more recycled materials in our packaging. And last but not least, also reducing the use of plastic materials. So those are the things that we want to do in terms of design. So I think it's also aligned with the reduce, reuse, and recycle framework that is already being, I guess already everyone knows around it. For us, plastic, especially PET, has inherent value. It is also the lowest carbon footprint option compared to other materials, and it helps us to get our product to consumers safely and efficiently. And yet, we understand that there's so much plastic that is ending up in the environment, and this is not right. This is not the right way to go. So, if we're talking about sustainable packaging, I think the most sustainable one, of course, if there is no packaging at all. But I think that will be the difficult conversation and difficult progression to have, because we need to be able to deliver our product to the consumer. While we are working on packageless and package-free innovations, such as our dispensing machine and refillables, we also want to make sure that all we design our packaging types according to its circularity and for its circularity. So we want to be able, at the end, we want to be able our bottle or can to be designed to be used not only once but more and more. So the material should be able to be used over and over again. And this is why our global World Without Waste program, it starts with designing our packaging for circularity. Next, please. So some example of what we want to achieve in terms of sustainable packaging is in this slide. This is just two examples. One is the move the move to transparent bottle. So an example is actually Sprite bottle. So why we move to transparent bottle is actually to improve recycling. We understand that PET as a material, it has value. It is being collected across in the region, in Indonesia, in other countries in the region as well. But we also found out that actually the value of a colored bottle compared to the clear bottle or transparent bottle, actually the colored bottle has less value. So that essentially for collectors, they are keen to collect more clear bottle. Because it has value, but also for the recycler, the clear bottle provides them with more flexibility in terms of how to turn that into something else. If they turn it into a resin, the resin could be used for not only for bottles but also for other type of material. So that created a more robust needs for transparent bottle, and that is why actually we for Sprite, which is one of our iconic brand in the region, especially Indonesia, because Indonesia actually Sprite has a bigger footprint than Coca-Cola. So it's quite a big decision for us to move Sprite from the green iconic color to become transparent color, and this has been done in Indonesia earlier this year, and it's also happening across the market in this region as well. Next is, of course, recycled PET bottle. So we want to use recycled content in our packaging. There's actually a target that we set in our World Without Waste, which is 50% of our content should come from recycled materials by 2030. So it is also a target that we want to achieve. But again, I think the different country has different roadmap according to its situation. In Indonesia specifically, I think this is quite a challenge because the availability of food grade recycled PET is not a lot. So the recycling industry just only come into this space maybe in the past 1 or 2 years. So and that's why we see now that the demand is rising, we need to also work with the recycling industry to build the ecosystem where the food grade recycled PET will be available to be used. And also not only on the supply chain, but we also need to work with the government so that the government has put in place policy that support the use of recycled material. And this is what we are actually working on at the moment. Next, please. So sorry, could you go back one slide? Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So another in terms of design is actually lightweighting and recycle me. So lightweighting is our effort to reduce the use of plastic, the amount of plastic that is used in our packaging. So one example is actually our Ades water brand, which is if you see here, the biggest one is 1.5 milliliter, which is 1.5 liter. It used to be made up of 34 grams of plastic, but in 2019 we were able to reduce that to only 27 grams. And this is also happening across our portfolio, not only on water brand but also in our carbonated soft drink as well, with different technology. So we are also looking at different ways to try to reduce the use of plastic in our packaging. And then also in terms of connecting with consumer. We know that there's a power of our brand. Our brand is actually quite well known. So we were thinking of how we can also engage our consumer. So in our packaging now, there is a Recycle Me logo, meaning a call to action for our consumer to once they finish consuming our beverage, please recycle the bottle. And this is where actually we also put in place a strategy to try to help the consumer to make it easy for them to recycle. So we work with an NGO partner like Waste for Change and other NGO partner, as well as a logistic company to help the consumer if they can, after they consume, they can collect and then they could send their empty bottle to the nearest waste bank to make sure that they actually those empty plastic bottle can be recycled. And for certain period of time, we're actually providing some incentive so that consumer can actually be reimbursed for that cost to send those packages. Next, please. Yeah. So collection is actually critical for Indonesia. There's a data that's showing that out of the 6.8 million tons of plastic waste generated in a year, 61% is actually not collected or not managed in Indonesia. And this is due to different factors, such as infrastructure, such as awareness, knowledge, and everything. So this is where also we feel that we can play a role. So one of the effort that we do actually is to try to set up a systematic collection system or structural collection system through an establishment of what we call PRO. Pak Hengki mentioned about IPRO. So this is the setup that we built through PRACE. It is a non-profit organization. It is an abbreviation of Indonesian Packaging Recovery Organization, and its task is actually to increase collection of packaging material, namely PET bottles, HDPE, flexibles, as well as beverage carton. So those are the 4 type of packaging that we're looking at this time. Of course, there is no limitation in terms of if in the future we will include more material. But at the beginning, IPRO is looking at 4 different type of material from the beginning, and then we are focusing on trying to increase collection for those type of material. Aside from structural collection, there's also community collection, where we as a company also work with different communities at different level to try to either increase awareness or as well as provide infrastructure and capacity for community to be able to manage their waste sustainability, meaning sorting at the source, maybe setting up like a TPS3R or the sorting facility, and then connecting them with recycling industry. Last but not least, as I mentioned, also brand activation and engagement. From the previous slide, I already mentioned about the recycle me component. But this is only one example, because we also did other activation also to engage consumer, to make sure that consumer are becoming more aware. We understand that from a study that we did, that consumer actually have concern on environment, but sometimes they are lacking in terms of understanding how to do it, and then how to make it easy for consumer to connect. And this is actually where we try to help out through the program that I mentioned, which is mentioned before, which is Recycle Me. Next. So the last but not least, of course, is partnership. Partnership is key, because the issue is very complex. The issue of managing packaging waste or plastic waste is very complex. And we are not an expert. We have to be frank on that. So we're not expert. So we also need to be able to connect with those that understand the issue better, and also to drive more impact. So IPRO is one of the packaging recovery organization that is being set up for Indonesia. But we can also say that we are also active in other countries across the region, such as in Malaysia, where there's also a PRO has been set up called Maria, as well as in Vietnam, which is Pro Vietnam is another PRO that is set up in Vietnam. And this is, we work together with Praise, with another 5 other company. And also, another example is actually Circle Capital, where we are actually investing in a setup so Circle Capital is more like an investment body that will invest the money to businesses that do sustainable packaging business model. So now Circle Capital is actually looking at investing in 2 setups in Indonesia, as well as in exploring other opportunity across the region. So this is also one way of us looking at in terms of setting up and maybe building up the ecosystem of collection and recycling. And we do this in partnership with other company as well, in partnership with other competitor as well, to make sure that this is an issue that we tackle together for the benefit of larger society. Next. And I think that's it from me. It's quite brief, but I'm looking forward for the discussion, for the Q&A. Terima kasih, and let's do refresh, recycle, and repeat, and making sure that our bottles, empty bottles, is not littering the environment, and can be collected and can be used for something else. Not only bottles, but also other valuable product. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Triyono, for your great presentation today. It is important to regularly hear the view and action from industry on how to improve plastic recyclability and promoting the development of a circular economy require cooperation throughout the entire value chain, such as lightweighting, to use less plastic, etc. Actually, the collection and sorting still a problem in Indonesia. So we need collaboration as partnership, as Pak Triyono said, of all stakeholders in the value chain is very important to improve end of life of plastic packaging. Thank you. So we are coming to the next, the third speaker is, wait a moment, I will share screen. Yeah, the third speaker is Mayuri Paklamja with the topic Challenge and Opportunities of Sustainable Plastic Packaging. She is advisor of Plastic Institute of Thailand. She got master degree in food technology and has 40 years packaging experience, covers 20 years with Thai Packaging Center and 20 years with international company such as Unilever, Colgate, Palmolive, and her last position was Asia Regional Packaging Director of Colgate Palmolive. Moreover, she is a lecturer in many universities as well as a famous speaker in the seminar organized locally and abroad. So please, Mayuri, your time is 10 minutes from now.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It's my great pleasure to share the challenges and opportunity of sustainable plastic packaging focused in Thailand. Okay. In Thailand, 56% of total packaging is used for food packaging, and 70% of food packaging is plastic, mainly flexible packaging. This means that plastic packaging is the highest consumption. Okay. The waste issue in Thailand, we found that the plastic waste ranked number 2, 17% of total waste, and 35% collected for recycling, 40% proper waste treatment. However, 25% still remain 700,000 to 1 million tons, which cause pollution. And during COVID-19 pandemic, plastic waste increased 25%, mainly from single-use food container. Okay. Thailand, the government introduced bio-circular and green economy model as the national agenda during 2021 to 2027. This model conforms with the UN SDG and all the roadmap, strategy, framework, policy, so many things already established to drive this model, and plastic packaging support BCG model. The government realized the single-use plastic waste issue. They promote bioplastic by tax privilege, and in next year, the 4 types of single-use plastic will be banned, and the rest 50% recycling rate. So we have to support this government policy. Okay. What are the key challenges in Thailand? The first one is the how to build consumer awareness and changing the behavior in this parcel at source. The second challenge is the waste treatment and recycling technology. There are many factors should be taken into consideration because there are pro and con. And cost and supply also the key challenge. The fourth challenge, which is important, is the using of recycled plastic for food packaging. Right now, the government, the regulation is not allowed to use for food application, but it can be used for non-food plastic packaging because of the safety concern. So the government is working on this subject. Okay. There are many opportunities exist. Some have been done, some should be done in the future aggressively. The first opportunity is the government to collaborate all stakeholders for implementing the roadmap strategy, whatever have planned. For example, the revised food contact material regulation of plastic packaging for food to promote recycling have been in progress. Intensive survey and study done, maximum contaminant concentration of recycled PET is already set based on safety, and revised notification and approval process is ongoing. We agree to start it with PET first because it's the highest consumption, highest recycling. Other plastic will be followed later. Okay. The next opportunity is the government and private sector co-investment. The bioplastic industry roadmap already set. We have identified the area of develop the bioplastic industry. The infrastructure and association established well. Many recent policy and regulatory support aiming for Thailand to be bio-hub of ASEAN. Many R&D and innovation projects completed and ongoing for better application commercially. We all know that the bioplastic have some limit in application. So if everything successful, there is the opportunity to spur the demand and drive costs down, especially for single-use plastic application. Right now, the cost of bioplastic is pretty much higher than the conventional plastic. Okay? So the opportunity for brand owners and value chain to design sustainable packaging to fulfill packaging journey, we have to see if to cover all the requirements from step 1 to step 14. In the same time, we have to consider about holistic design, which means the optimization of all requirements, the protection, logistic efficiency, consumption, and sustainability. And this one should be done at the onset. Okay. The next opportunity, luckily, we have resin manufacturer in Thailand. They developed the new resin grade called multimodal, so it can result in the thickness reduction for films while maintaining film strength and reduce the greenhouse gas, which very good opportunity and have been done with many applications. In the same time, they have the injection molding plastic resin for the carbonated soft drink caps, which also can reduce the weight and reduce the greenhouse gas. Okay. We know that the flexible packaging is the highest consumption. How to make the multi-layer film to be recycled. Okay. The mono material development is ongoing. This picture, you can see that some product already exist in Thai market. The rice bag, 5 kg, the cleaner, stand-up pouch, the ice cream wrapper, the instant sachet, instant coffee sachet, and also the shampoo sachet produced in Thailand for Philippines mainly. Okay, these are already successful and all functions remain the same. Okay. The opportunity is the collaboration for recycling closed loop to get high quality PCR. This very already implemented and being done. Okay, you can see a lot of drop point in Thailand. You can search from the internet and many nice, nice box to collect the plastic in front of the supermarket, in front of the big department store, shopping center, and in fast food. The technologists and designers have to work together to create the new design for the upcycling product. It can be fashion lifestyle or any high value added product. This will help the promotion of recycled resin. Okay. The recycled plastic industry is promising. You can see a big player in Thailand. They collect the plastic and they make the plastic recycle to have the good quality of PCR, and they try to enhance the consumer to increasing, changing consumer attitude, which will support the recycling. Okay. Two big resin supplier in Thailand is the big player. One is the GC, PTT GC. They have the joint venture with Envico to produce the recycled HDPE and PET. And SCG Chemical, they have the joint venture with Seaweed, produce the PCR, LLDPE, and LDPE locally. They also have the purchase agreement with Surplus, a leading plastic recycler in Portugal. So the technology can be got and applied in Thailand. They will invest the production of BioPE in Thailand by joint venture with Braskem in Brazil. During these several months in this year, we have countlessly organized activities in seminars, workshop, competition, consultation for sustainable packaging. So there is the opportunity for the expert, for example, myself, to share my knowledge and practice publicly. Okay. And also all the parties concerned, they try to promote recycling, many models being tested in Thailand to establish best practice guidelines. This picture, one example, during the Phuket Sandbar, there is the project of waste separation by using different color of plastic bag. Okay? There is the manual of waste separation of single-use plastic, and sometimes there is the game for fun for the young generation to understand how important of the waste separation. Okay? In summary, the plastic packaging is not a product, it's the service as well as must be sustainable. So whatever we design for plastic packaging, we have to take all factors into consideration. The marketing factor, printing, shelf impact, differentiation, the functionality, of course, the food safety, the barrier to meet the required shelf life, the supply chain efficiency, and convenience and reasonable cost. In the same time, we have to add the sustainability in the function, reduce, reuse, renewable, recycle, and integration, appropriate technology with the value chain collaboration in packaging design process is highly recommended. Is the way to lead the success. Okay, so I summarize that sustainability is never end. It's the journey. We have to keep on doing, keep on running to fix all the problems. So the cooperation among all concerned in the value chain, the government, the education, media, and especially the consumer is very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Marjorie, for your great presentation today. Thank you for sharing what happened, sustainable plastic packaging in Thailand. Some key challenge using recycled plastic for food packaging, it means direct food contact and converter ask for food approved material. Cost always more expensive if compared with virgin material. While the opportunities is government to collaborate all stakeholders for implementing country roadmap, strategy, innovation, standard, funding and investment, law and regulation by revised FCM regulation of plastic packaging for food to promote recycling. And the other opportunities is collaboration for development monomaterial, multi-layer film for recyclability while maintaining all required function. Integrated appropriate technology with value chain collaboration in packaging design process is highly recommended. As Mayure said, sustainability is a journey. I agree that. Thank you. Now we are coming to the next speaker. Yeah, in the fourth speaker. Is Edwin Seah with how do we close the loop for single-use packaging. So Edwin has more than 20 years of experience in regional public policy, sustainability, and strategic communication across government, industry, and non-profit. He was helping to establish the Circular Material Lab, a packaging innovation platform, and partner with UNEP on a regional study on plastic waste management in Southeast Asia. Previously, he was the executive director of the Singapore Council and was elected to the board of the Global Eco-Labeling Network, an international body that regulates global eco-labeling. So please, Edwin, your time is 10 minutes from now.
Thank you very much. Let me share my slides. Okay. Are you able to see it?
Yeah.
Okay, great. First, let me thank CSEAS for the kind invitation. It's really great to see many familiar faces, and also very happy to see that some of you are attending this event in person in Bali. So I think you heard from the previous speakers, and if you're from the FMCG sector, this is probably one of your biggest questions and pressure. How do we close the loop for single-use packaging? Particularly because there is requirement and demand from consumers for convenience, but at the same time, these same consumers are asking for packaging to be sustainable, that it doesn't damage the environment. And the way you look at things now, plastic bottle recycling methods, they don't quite address the problem. They might be, in my view, a stopgap solution, and potentially it's one of the solutions, but it cannot be the only solution that we depend on to bring us to the next level. Because essentially, the process, mechanical recycling of PET into rPET, for example, you're essentially downcycling it. rPET can be used maybe 4 to 6 times. So you're actually repeating the process 4 to 6 times. And in the process also, you have to add on more and more new plastics because with each recycling round, the integrity of the material lessens. So the end point is that we could potentially end up with more plastics than what we bargained for. And there's really, in my view, and I think in many people's views, there's no end-of-life solution for plastic packaging. If you look at the picture on the left, if you don't segregate and if you mix it with different types of waste or even food residues and oil and everything, the packaging will not be of any use. And again, in the middle picture, to recycle, you need to segregate, which in this part of the world is a big issue because segregation is almost non-existent in Southeast Asia, even in Singapore. Collection in many parts of Southeast Asia is quite low and infrequent, and made worse with COVID, with all the movement restrictions. And then the third problem you have is a lack of recycling infrastructure. Again, even in Singapore, we don't have recycling infrastructure to recycle even perfectly good plastics into new plastics. And of course, on the right side, there's a lot of issues with biodegradability because there's no real standard. There's a lot of uncertainty, and there have been a lot of bad press that things seem to be biodegradable, but left alone, they still stay intact for weeks and months, if not years. And I think many of you, let me read off this. Very recently, Ellen MacArthur Foundation, in their 2021 Global Progress Report, 60% of their 65 brands and retailers have not launched any plastics reuse pilots in 2020. And the pace of progress on PCR is slow. Was about 5% in 2018 and arrived at about 8% in 2020. So just slightly 3% growth in about 3 years. And similarly for recyclers, they are not really increasing their output of recycled plastics. So 1 million metric tons in 2018 to 1.5 million metric tons in 2020. And a lot of this problem is not of their own because you just don't have sufficient volumes of high quality post-consumer resins to even recycle it and to help a lot of these brands meet their 2025, 2030 recyclability commitments. So if you just take a look at this slide, and this is more related to the quick service restaurant segment, QSR. So in 2020, a lot of them were talking about reducing packaging, thickness and things like that. 2022, we start to see that they are moving towards switching to renewable materials. But then between this year and where they want to go in 2025, there's a lot of gaps. So some of it, as I mentioned, waste segregation, scalable system level waste collection, and particularly important in this part of the world. And then of course, certain changes require renovations across all their outlets, and also importantly across operational standard operating procedures. So this gap for many is too big and too expensive and too complex process to go through. So for us at TRIA, we think that you need to think about packaging, circular packaging system, where you factor not just the packaging itself, but of course the end of life and the next life for the packaging. And so this is what we are doing. So organic packaging goes through organic recycling, and then it goes through, it becomes either biogas or fertilizers, and then the new bottle comes from that whole process again. And we're already working with a global QSR on this, but we're also working with a global airline and a global airport ground service company to work on all these, because it all adds up in terms of not just putting less plastics out, therefore putting less plastics in the ocean, but it's also using less fossil-based materials. And even if you look from an airline perspective, if you switch your packaging to lighter materials, that also translates to less fuel burn and therefore less carbon emissions. So we are suggesting that we should rethink about the whole system. And I think Ambassador Patterson said it very succinctly. We are not here to point fingers. We are not here to lay the blame on anyone. I think all of us in this value chain has a role to play, can contribute. And so whether you're a packaging company, your government, consumer group, NGO, brand owner, I think we should start to look at what system works for which country, and even down to the province and the city, because not all of us will be starting on the same readiness playing field, between let's say Jakarta and Manila and Kuala Lumpur and Hanoi and Singapore. We're all very different. So we need to look at a system that best applies. And for us, we also factor in some of the key consumer gaps. It's difficult to get them to segregate. So in our design, we try to remove that problem. So therefore, our bottles can be composted and recycled. And it can be mixed with food waste, which is something that is very difficult to get consumers to do. So this is just a little bit of our Bio24 process, where the bottles together, you can throw it in with all sorts of food waste and other packaging waste, can be composted in 24 hours. And then the byproduct of that can be fertilizer or biogas. And right now we are awaiting patent for our plant-based bottle, as you can see on the left. So it has the same properties as a PET bottle in terms of rigidity and clarity. And of course, a few other things that comes with it. The end part is, as I said, mixed together with our system, we can convert into biogas and fertilizer, which again, in many parts of Southeast Asia, where we are such a huge farming and agricultural community, then you convert waste into life so that farmers can be using the fertilizers. And this, some of you will be quite familiar. This is just a few of the different organic renewal pathways. So you've got on the right side, industrial composting, you've got anaerobic digestion, and then you've got the nutrient recovery, liquid fertilizers. And so this is, again, what we are suggesting as a complement to existing mechanical and even chemical recycling. But of course, it has to be paired with the types of plant-based organic packaging and bottles. Just a little bit of comparison. I know some people will be up in arms and say, no, this is just some data that we have. Cost of incineration, of course, a lot of societies in Southeast Asia still use incineration. There's obviously a huge cost, you know, we don't quite know what's the energy per ton needed, but of course there's zero commercial value. For mechanical recycling of PET, quite substantial amount of energy per ton, quite substantial amount of cost. But of course, you know, people argue that there's a high commercial value for PET. And in the last row, you'll see for organic recycling, it's half the energy per ton of mechanical recycling, almost half the cost per ton versus PET. And in terms of the absolute numbers, commercial value, of course, is also again half of chemical recycling. But if you look at the ratio, it's again 5 times. So the commercial value for both PET and organic recycling material is about 5 times. And if you compare the economics of organic recycling, again, incineration costs and landfill costs, you're talking about $96 per ton. Whereas if you look at what we are proposing in terms of organic packaging and recycling, you end up with, in fact, not just more money, but at the same time, less issues on the environment, which holistically you will then save more at the community and at the national level. So just very quickly, last 3 slides, a little bit of who we are. We are a Singapore-based packaging company. And what we'd like to think about is when you create technologies or solutions, you know, it has to be technologically sound, of course. But at the same time, it has to be something that consumers would want or would be willing to use. And therefore, earlier on, I mentioned about how this whole process that we are suggesting helps to reduce that one major problem that we have today in recycling, which is segregation and consumer habits in terms of recycling. And then, of course, you know, importantly, we understand that it has to be viable, right, to businesses, that it must be profitable, and it helps to fit into existing infrastructure without too massive a need to shift the processes. And then just very quickly, the 3 people. So the founder, Pei Kang on the left, he's the CEO. So he comes from a design background. So he was the head of design for Philips Electronics. Myself, I'm just helping and providing any inputs that I can. And Prof. Siram on the right also comes with quite a lot of distinction. He's a member of the ISO committee on circularity of materials and economy. And right now, this is just a snippet of our portfolio of products. A lot of it is focused on QSR packaging. But as I shared, we're moving into packaging for food and beverage, as well as looking at even in-flight packaging. So very quickly, that's my sharing, and hopefully it sets some discussions on how we look at composting and organic recycling and materials. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Edwin, for your great presentation today. Edwin developed the organic recycling with plant-based bottle with brand new Tria, which is plant-based monomaterial bottle with tamper-proof cup and 30% less footprint. This is one of the solution for packaging sustainability, I think. So now for the 5th speaker is Mr. Nelson Cheng. Since he is not available this time to joining you, he sent us his recording for his presentation with topic Best Environmental Practice PEP in the Plastic Industry. But before that, I will show his profile. So he is a chairman of Magna Group, which comprise Magna International, Magna FE Chemical, Magna Chemical of Canada, Magna Australia, and Lupromac International. He has filed more than 25 patents and intend more than 600 chemical, lubricants, and anti-corrosion products. He has also co-authored 3 books about the solution to corrosion control and over 140 of his research papers have appeared in technical journal. So please make the recording, show the recording.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I bring greetings from the Garden City of Singapore. My name is Nelson Cheng, the CEO and founder of the Magna Group. I'm honored to be part of this regional workshop on best environmental practices in the plastic packaging industries, solution for marine pollution in ASEAN. This afternoon, my presentation will focus on the gravity of plastic pollution in ASEAN and the case history of Magna's effort to develop and produce environmentally friendly anti-corrosion plastic packaging materials. Did you know that ASEAN member states and China emit some of the highest level of plastic pollution worldwide? According to a 2017 report from the Ocean Conservancy and Mackenzie Center for Business Environment, more than half of the plastic waste in the ocean originate from just 4 Asian countries, namely Indonesia, the Philippines, Vietnam, and Thailand. Approximately 8 million tons of discarded plastics end up in the ocean every year, and the situation is getting worse. If we don't clean up our act, according to the World Economic Forum, they estimate by 2050, there will be more plastic than fish in the ocean by weight. Do you know that there's an island made of plastic floating in the Pacific Ocean that is twice the size of Texas, or approximately 1.6 million square kilometers? Businesses should prioritize sustainability in the light of Great Pacific garbage bags and the plastic pollution by ASEAN. Plastic microparticle called microplastic can be carried into the ocean by wastewater where animals may consume them. In the long run, this can lead to microplastic accumulation in animals. They end up becoming food for humans. The plastic in seafood harms marine life and can find its way into humans. This plastic would not exist if it was not for the companies who make and package products out of it. Businesses acting responsibly as a member of the global community will save many species from extinction in the 21st century. Ocean, coastline, rivers, and inland waterways in ASEAN are being polluted by a growing amount of plastic waste every day. The ASEAN Framework of Action on Marine Debris, launched in 2019, represents an optimistic move forward. However, it still needs to be translated into a legally binding plan of action with clear milestones and stakeholder roles for implementation. A great deal of pollution is caused by plastics, but it's not too late to fix the problem. Following my introduction to the hazards of plastic pollution in ASEAN, allow me to share how the packaging industries in ASEAN can assist with the problem. Considering the above, I like to suggest that we need to change our approach in the manufacture, use, and disposal of anti-corrosion packaging plastic if we are to solve the plastic waste problem. Adopting zero waste generation for anti-corrosion packaging material is most ideal. Let me explain to us what is zero waste generation are in anti-corrosion packaging. A zero-waste generation anti-corrosion program entails the conservation of all resources through responsible product design, sustainable resource management, recycling, repurposing of packaging without burning or causing discharges to land, water, and air. In short, using all the intended discarded material as resources for others to use. Here is an award-winning Magna packaging case study on zero-waste anti-corrosion plastics. Vapor A26 Solid Plus is one of the many examples from Magna that generates zero waste. From product design, by using the right raw materials to make the resins, right, to producing anti-corrosion bags and converting it for other use after its usage, so that no waste is generated, have been thoroughly thought through. My next slide will illustrate the methodological step involved in zero waste generation. The Vapor Solid Plus resins are used to extrude into Vapor Solid Plus anti-corrosion bags. The resin is composed of a proprietary raw material formulated in such a way to produce a synergistic compound when extruded into a film or bags, serve as a packaging bags and provides anti-corrosion properties. The resins are extruded into Solid Plus anti-corrosion bags. The corrosion-resistant bags are then designed for indoor application. It protects both ferrous and non-ferrous metal against corrosion during storage. After their intended usage, anti-corrosion bags are dissolved in water. The anti-corrosion bag dissolves in water within a minute. The dissolved anti-corrosion bags are then used as a water-based anti-corrosion liquid. Hence, zero waste is generated by this technology. The circular economy is a cornerstone of Vapor Solid Plus. It encompasses the entire life cycle of a product, beginning with product design, envisioning the use and management of materials in ways that preserves value, minimize environmental impact, and conserve natural resources. Ladies and gentlemen, if you invest in sustainable packaging materials, you have an edge over your competitors, because many MNCs are increasingly choosing environment-friendly packaging materials in order for them to reduce their carbon footprints. Vapor BCI A26 Solid Plus has won many packaging awards, including the World Packaging Organization WPO President's Gold Award, the World Packaging Organization WPO Packaging Excellence Award, the Asian Packaging Federation Packaging Excellence Award, and the Singapore Star Packaging Excellence Award. With that note, I'd like to end my presentation this afternoon and I'd like to express my sincere thanks for all your patience and attention. I greatly appreciate it, and have a great day ahead. Thank you.
I will conclude his presentation as follows. Magna is making a positive impact on protecting the planet in many ways. One of their work is that they made a solar roof and interior with carpets made from recycled plastic bottle taken from the ocean. It is repurposing of packaging without burning or causing discharge to land, water, or the air. So from beginning with product design and revisioning the use of management material, He is well received and acknowledged for his work and product, which Singapore government and industry endorse. Have won numerous awards for his product, as you see. Okay, now I will call the sixth speaker. I will share screen. The sixth speaker is Miss Camilla Dor. The topic is seaweed-based compostable packaging. She is a product developer at CSEAS, where she supports the team in developing sustainable packaging solution based on seaweed extract. And she has a background in mechanical and nanotechnology engineering and a PhD in material science. During her career, she has been developing sustainable product and eco-friendly fabrication process using cellulose-based biopolymers for both packaging and optoelectronic industry. Okay, Camilla, your time is 10 minutes from now.
Thank you for the introduction. It will be actually my colleague Remy that will present today. I will be on support here. Remy, if you want to start. Remy? I'm not sure Remy is connected. Just a second. Okay, I can present, no problem. So thank you for the introduction. And yes, I'm Camilla, I'm product developer at CSEAS, where we develop a seaweed-based compostable packaging solution. And glad to be here. Next slide, please. So yeah, we are all aware that plastic pollution is a global problem. If we just ask ourselves how many plastic packaged products do we purchase daily, we will get immediately an idea of the huge amount of plastic waste we generate. But we should also ask ourselves how many of these plastic items are actually recyclable and correctly recycled. So the main problem here is that if we talk about the packaging lifespan versus the product lifespan, there is a huge mismatch which should be filled. So in our vision is that it makes no sense to use plastic packaging that lasts for centuries to protect products that last just for some days. Next, please. So to tackle the plastic pollution problem, at CSEAS we develop seaweed-based compostable solution, which are 100% home compostable and marine biodegradable. Our product is also circular and CO2 neutral. Indeed, seaweed is the fastest growing tree on Earth. And we believe that compared to other land-based source of biomass, which are the main, like starch, which is the mainly used for other bio-based alternative on the market, seaweed has the huge advantage of not competing with land. So it do not require fresh water or pesticides to grow. And of course, as I mentioned before, it grows very fast and is extremely efficient at carbon sequestering. Our manufacturing process do not require the use of any toxic chemicals, as it happens, for instance, in the case of cellophane, which is another bio-based alternative in the market. We also do not perform any chemical modification of the seaweed biopolymer, so it's just extraction, so we don't fall into the single-use plastic directive in Europe. And we have an industrially scalable manufacturing process. Next. So yes, as I mentioned before, we purchase seaweed extract, so seaweed biopolymers. And what we do at CSEAS, we work on compounding, so we add plasticizers and other bio-based additives to keep the final properties of the plastic packaging. So our formulation is also tunable, and depending on the specific application we are targeting, we can tune and adapt the final property of the film. But as you can see here, some of our most developed product, which is flexible packaging. Next, thanks. So just to summarize the achievement of our company, we develop different type of product, mostly for the food contact packaging application. So here you have some examples such as transparent windows, sealed sachets, or bags for dry and greasy product. We also develop our business, so we have already conducted pilot trial within our second paid pilot project with Nestle, which is our main collaborator and customers. We have participated in different accelerator programs, both in Europe, like the European AET Food, but also in Switzerland with the Mass Challenge, and in US with the Sea Ocean Alliance. And we have consolidated funds and partners along the whole value chain, from seaweed harvester and cultivator to biorefiners and final customers. Next. So here a bit of the timeline of the company. Bizea was born in 2000, well, the idea was born in 2016, and in 2017, the company was founded in Oslo with the idea to develop the first sustainable product, which was a straw. Then the first collaboration with Nestle came in, and we pivoted to flexible packaging because it was a larger market to target. And from then we managed to secure our first European funds, and here we come to where we are now. So at the moment we are optimize our pilot scale processing. We are conducting these pilot scale trials with our manufacturing partner in Spain. We are looking to close our pre-seed round, developing different prototype for different application. We are in contact and discussing with many corporates here in Europe and outside from Europe also. And we foresee 3 different stages for our development. So we have we want to be on the market by the end of 2022. So to start with the guided market penetration and a production of 500 kilograms per year. And then we want to pass through industrialization and production and to be fully active at industrial scale in 2026. Next, please. So we base our business model in 3 revenue streams. One is pay pilot, which is the one that we are mostly working with at the moment for targeting specific application and developing specific packaging for our customers. And then we will see that our revenue will come from material production and sale and licensing of our technology to packaging manufacturers. Third, please. Next, please. So yes, well, the market potential is extremely huge. The global flexible packaging is estimated to have a value of 5 billion, and we want to take part of this market with our sustainable solution. And of course, the change toward more sustainable packaging solution is supported by strong key drivers, such as upcoming regulations, consumer preference that are opting for more sustainable alternatives, and environmental pressure. Next, please. When it comes to the price and the competitive landscape, so we target the price of cellophane, and we forecast that we will reach it in 2027, which is around 5.5 euros per kilos. In this way, our material will be competitive in the market with compared to other bio-based material. And of course, especially in the last year, many other companies are racing that are working with like seaweed-based bioplastic. And compared to our competitors, we have some advantage, such as we have in-house knowledge of our technology. So our team, I will show you later, we have like expert in material science and waste management. Also, we are among the first one that are conducting pilot scale. So this is one of the bottleneck is to scale up the production of this material from laboratory to industrial scale. We are also working close contact with our seaweed provider, and we are betting on seaweed cultivation, not only harvesting. And we secured the biomass for our first application with Nestle. And of course, as I mentioned, we are working very close to corporate partners that gives a deep view into the market needs. Next, please. So yeah, here is the great team that is that's composed at the moment with Zeus. We have Guy, which is the CEO, he has expertise in waste management. Adriana and myself, we are in the R&D department, and we are both PhD in material science. And we have Remy, which is our communication and partnership manager, and we are backed by strong advisor in business and finance. Next, please. Yep, and I want to conclude just mentioning some of the what I believe are the main challenges and opportunities in this sector for open discussion later. So the first one is the price. So the first one is the price. As you did see before, at the moment the price is much higher compared to conventional plastic. So how can the price of seaweed be competitive, and what will be the drivers to decrease of the price of production, both from the point of view of decreased price of the raw material and of the processing. And talking about the process, also sustainable process is something that we really are working for. Indeed, it's not only the raw material that has to be sustainable, but also the manufacturing process. For instance, the main challenge here are like preservation of seaweed and drying process, which are the most energy consumption process. And also the feedstock availability on the long run, since seaweed is used also in other markets such as food and cosmetic, which are high value products. So securing enough biomass for an application as packaging is fundamental. And at the same time, this is also an opportunity, because I mean, using seaweed for something else than food and cosmetic is an opportunity to diversify the portfolio. And also we are considering and working in our R&D lab for revalorizing waste stream from this industry. So for instance, using waste stream of food application or cosmetic application for fabricating our packaging material. And of course, the demand in this moment for alternative to conventional plastic is very high, and this is a great opportunity for fast scale up of businesses. So next, thank you for your attention. And if you have any question, I will be happy to answer at the end of the session.
Thank you, Camila, for your great presentation today. Visios developed seaweed-based flexible packaging. This is very challenging. Yeah. Some opportunities are product diversified by the use of seaweed biomass and revitalized waste stream, etc. The challenge is the price. How can seaweed packaging be competitive? Yeah. Also, sustainable process like preservation and drying and feedstock availability on the long run. In Indonesia, actually there is a lot of seaweed because 2/3 of Indonesia territory is the sea. And one of the young guy from Indonesia still developed the same seaweed into packaging too. Okay, so yeah. Okay, for the last speaker is Joseph, yeah. Rock Jackson. I will share his share. Okay, Joseph, yeah. Joseph Ross Jackson. He will make a topic: packaging transformation essential to product development. He is director and past president of Packaging Institute of the Philippines, or PIP. He is also currently the vice president representing the Philippines at the ASEAN Packaging Federation. He is serving the Armed Force of the Philippines as commissioned officer with the rank of Lieutenant Colonel assigned with the Philippine Army Reserve Commands. He graduated from chemical engineering at the University of Santo Tomas and took his master's degree in National Security Administration at the National Defense College of the Philippines. So please, Joseph, 10 minutes from now, your time.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Ariana, and thank you for the guests that we have here today. Would you mind? I will be sharing my presentation here. Okay. Good afternoon again. I'm Joseph Hoxon. I am representing Asian Packaging Federation as the Vice President and also Director of the Packaging Institute of the Philippines. Now,
Joseph, can you speak more loudly?
Sorry. Can you hear me now properly?
Okay.
Okay. So I will be talking about the packaging transformation, which is essential to product development. Now, here in this photo, you can see two different type of trees, right? The banana and the coconut tree. So what are common between the two? Actually, I believe these are our first packaging, natural packaging that we have that's given to us by nature. But this packaging has a lot of problems because of shelf life, sanitation, and also all sorts of things, right? Especially the shelf life. But because of new technology and packaging transformation, we were able to have this type of packaging, which called the vacuum pack packaging. This one uses a nylon or CPP nylon PE film. And now, because of this packaging, the product inside now has a longer shelf life, probably up to 6 months of shelf life, instead of having 3 days to 5 days of shelf life using the original natural banana leaf. Also, as you can see here, this is a coconut shell. This is actually the natural packaging of the coconut juice. You know, here in tropical countries like the Philippines, also probably Thailand and maybe also in Indonesia, we love to drink coconut. But it's very hard to ship or export coconut because of the varying sizes. But because of packaging transformation and also because of the technology, Thailand was able to develop this type of packaging. Now, because of this type of packaging for the coconut, it is now uniformed in shape and it's now easy to be packed in a regular carton because you know already the dimensions and the weight. So that is why it's important to have this type of packaging transformations. Now, we all know that packaging is what we call our silent salesman. Packaging has evolved dramatically in the last 150 years. Earlier, when only physiological needs were to be addressed, packaging was just meant to contain, preserve, and protect, right? But man has climbed the ladder of evolution where he desired to satisfy his self-esteem and social status. Packaging too joined the race. Today, packaging is more about the unboxing experience. A customer has the first encounter with the packaging that sits on the shelf with several other brands. Eye tracking studies have shown that consumers, on an average, read only 7 words in the entire shopping trip. Hence, like a persuasive salesperson, your packaging should be visually fluent in communicating your brand ideals before your product does. Now, comparing the traditional versus modern packaging, before, as we said, traditional packaging just meant to contain, protect, and preserve the product. But now, in modern packaging, it is now for communicating, also for promoting, and then also for transacting. As the part of the history of packaging, like before, you know, the idea of putting food safely in metal packaging came about in 1809, when Napoleon Bonaparte said that he would award 12,000 francs to a person who comes up with a method to protect the army's food supply. And that's when the metal cans were born. Nicolas Appert from Paris presented a tin can press with static has an ability to preserve food after it has been sterilized. And then the general use of plastics in packaging application started after World War II, when polyethylene was produced in abundance during the war years and became an easily found material in the market right after the war. And then the evolution of the packaging happened. Now, different packaging materials in the different periods were in the primitive man used tree leaves, bamboo, coconut shells, animal skins, etc. And then when the civilization developed, we now have fabrics, ceramics, pottery, metals, woodware, jade, and other types of special papers. And then the industrial revolution came. We now have molten glass, cardboard boxes, metal cans, cellophane. And in today's era, we have die-cut display containers. We have different types of plastics with different types of components. We now have the shrink wrap trays, modified cases, other fiber boards, and eco-friendly and sustainable packaging. Now, how packaging affects buying decision? Because as a consumer, it's the first thing that we see. Below are some startling statistics that reinforce the fact that packaging design goes a long way in increasing the revenue of a company's sale. 30%, businesses have recorded a 30% increase in consumer interest when those businesses show a strong attention to packaging. 50% says branded packaging for online makers makes them more likely to recommend the products to friends. And 52% of people around the world makes purchase decisions, particularly due to the packaging that shows a brand making and positive social and environmental impact. So as we know, environmental impact is very now, there's a higher awareness of environmental concerns by consumers. That's why there's a higher percentage of consumers wants to have those environmentally friendly products. Now, the psychology behind packaging affects the subconscious mind. To influence the consumer's behavior, best packaging design consists of instinctive elements that steers the emotions of the viewers before he starts applying the logic. This can be achieved by applying the 5 rules below. Simplistic designs. Adopt simple design that strongly communicates your brand philosophy. Like the Apple iPhone. Apple applies this principle to convey the brand message in an instant and eliminate confusion and friction from the decision-making process. You know, iPhones, different models, or even the iPads, they all have the same type of packaging, which is color white. Plain, very simple design. Second, you got to have attractive designs. Let your brand stand out through packaging that has a distinct shape and appealing colors. Nescafe is one such brand that with a creative packaging design, shape and color makes a delicious statement on the shelf. Third, we have to have a packaging that evokes emotion. Packaging should create an instant connection with the consumer through its concept-based illustrations and stories. For example, this paper boat clearly plays on the consumer's nostalgic psychology of the consumer with its slick look. Fourth, we have to have consistency. Brands should be able to create a series of visual elements that remain the same on one or the other marketing collateral. Coca-Cola has the agitated red, the dynamic contour wave, and the iconic bottle shape and the logo topography. And these are different types of Coca-Cola bottles that was released for the past years. And the fifth, we should have a recall value. Packaging should have a certain element the consumer can easily register and recall. This one is a local brand in the Philippines. When one talks about Mamacita, Mama is a mother, right? The first thing that strikes to the mind of the picture is of the old lady on the pack. This distinctive feature gives the brand a unique identity. So there's always that recall value. Now, the packaging trends in 2021 is enjoying its prominent position in branding. Marketers are developing innovative packaging solutions that easily strikes the chord with the consumer. And below are the most prevalent modern packaging design of 2021. First, it's just a very simple, bold designs. Minimal elements that clearly communicate the brand message. Custom and hand lettering. Unique lettering that includes irregular lines and natural texture to give a feeling of warmth, wholesomeness, and nostalgia. Splashing of bold colors. Use of attractive colors in an exciting way that evoke emotions, evoke energy, and make the product stand out on the shelf. Build narrative. To build stories on packaging through interesting illustrations. Repetition. Creating beautiful patterns that are visually appealing and give the strong message. The use of pastel colors. Using soft colors in vogue that exude the cooling and calming effect. And last, have unique shapes. Innovative shapes that relate to one or the other traits of a product are not only eye-catching and fluently disseminate the brand message. For example, about this packaging transformation, for this granola bar in 2014, this was their first product packaging. Then after a few years, they evolved into a better flow wrap packaging with a printed design. The former one was, I think, it was a paper label or a sticker. And currently, they have evolved into a nicer printed flow wrap packaging. And this was their packaging transformation. Now, the biggest trend is how to make your packaging green. According to recent surveys done by the .com distribution, consumers are becoming more environmental, and as per the results, 57% of consumers said that eco-friendly packaging is important to them, and 61% said that they consider a product with eco-friendly packaging when they shop. Considering the harmful environmental impact that plastics create, more and more number of companies are adopting the sustainable packaging solutions that help them to reduce their carbon footprints. So as you see, 61% of the buyers consider your product if you're using eco-friendly packaging. Now, in conclusion, in a nutshell, packaging design is undergoing radical shift with every passing year. While companies wish to create the packaging that makes people turn heads, consumers too are mindful and exhibit a discerning taste when it comes to selecting the products based on the packaging style, material, and concept. With that, I thank you very much for your audience today, and I hope you enjoyed the rest of the sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph, for your great presentation today. Talking about packaging design is undergoing a radical shift with every passing year. While companies wish to create the packaging that makes people turn heads, consumers too are mindful and exhibit our discerning taste when it comes to selecting the product based on the packaging style, material, and concept. Make your packaging green is a must. Okay, thank you. So we are coming to Q&A session. We will select and take some time for question now because time is limited. I will select only one question, and while other, we will answer it through email. So one question is to Mr. Hengki Wibawa from Thailand, from PCD Thailand, Wasana Jang Project. The issue of biodegradable plastic to substitute some of the conventional plastic should be considered. However, the systematic to manage the substitute plastic should be considered as well. Source separation is need to drive the recycling and serve the circular economy concept. What about APR concept applied for packaging in Indonesia? Please share.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. I think straightforward. Some of the contributor before also talking about the biodegradable. And I still having some objection, I would say, straightforward. Because one, as I mentioned, that the packaging functionality is really getting more complex today. Regarding the, talking about food, we're talking about food that that we need barrier in order to have really protect according to the shelf life. And shelf life definitely in regards to the microorganic attack, regarding the nutrition fact changing, and regarding the sensory, because food is you want to eat, right? The sensory will changing. That is because it's changing because of our environment, right? So I give, this is not food, but this is, for example, this is definitely is not recyclable. So are you going to replace it by biodegradable? I will not recommend it. Because never until now, the biodegradable material can replace it. Right? And then secondly, I mentioned regarding the plant-based. So-called biodegradable is a plant-based, like before seaweed and so on. Well, we are talking about life cycle assessment that before. That before mentioned about two points I was not really, that's what I said, greenwashing. One, that the you said the carbon neutral. Is it really carbon neutral through the processing? Please. Secondly, regarding, you said you put no plastic, but on the other hand, one other slide, you put biopolymer. What's different, plastic and polymer? Please. This is greenwashing, I said. Okay, please educate, don't make it confuse our consumer. So that's why for me, straightforward, I said, biodegradable right now, especially in this country, like Indonesia, which is, the end station is still landfill, open dumping landfill, and I said that the majority there is organic waste. And you come up with the organic material. Are they going to be degraded? Not at all. So is that the solution? Not at all. Really? So, and then we're talking about cost. Saying that before, the cost down. But is it really cost effective? This is all the functionality that we need in the packaging. Cost is also play a big role, especially again in the developing country like Indonesia. We are stopped to use single-use plastic. Is it really working? Yes, in the supermarket, but you go the majority into the traditional market. Well, see, around plastic, I was really also very much not really agree with that. But we have, that's why, to work together. Yeah, educate, make an infrastructure, make the separation well, make the sorting waste, and then really doing recycle. This is a solution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Hinggi. Thank you, everyone. Is from the floor any question? Or I think the time is only one. Okay, one question from the floor.
Thank you for the short time. My name is Dharma Putra. I'm from Udayana University. I'm Balinese, so I understand the local thinking about the pollution in marines. I agree with the speakers. The problem in our society is not for the big company. Big company, Coca-Cola, international company, they have a rule and SOP. But how about the common people, traditional market? This is what I want to ask. What can we do as a community in the global world to help the government to provide the facilities to protect our oceans? Because until now, we understand, for example, in Bali, I just very surprised because last month, my governor of Bali, just sent a letter to the central government to stop the project waste to energy in Suwon facility because the government have no money for tipping fee. That is our problem because the government no funding for support the problem that we're facing every day. From the land-based pollution goes to our marine area. So what can we do as a big company, global company, to support this problem? This is my short question. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Pak. So now it's time for me to close the session 1 and to return to the MC.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ariana, for the very productive session. Distinguished guests, excellencies, speakers, moderator, ladies and gentlemen, the first session of today's event is finished, and before we move to the next session, we will have 5 minutes break. Thank you, and see you in 5 minutes. Dear participants, we will begin in 1 minute. Dear all participants, you may wish to come back to your seat because we will start the event soon. Okay, we will start now.
Yeah. Okay, we would like to start the second session. Hope everyone not getting sleepy, so we provide a coffee. And yeah, please exercise. And okay, because due to the limit of time, we have another 7 speakers. I would like to start to call the first speakers, Prof. Joko Sihono from University of Indonesia. Prof. Joko Sihono Gabriel from University of Indonesia, Faculty of Engineering. He is a professor at Industrial Engineering and introducing a new paradigm of about material value conservation. Please, Prof. Joko, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Arisman. Please stop share and I will share my.
Please stop share the bio, Okta.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My pleasure to present my idea. In this session, I propose my idea about material value conservation as strategic choice and smart implementation of CSEAS and also EPR. We know so many advantages of plastic packaging, but also plastic packaging has short or maybe shortest product lifetime and rapid and intensive generation of post-consumer plastic, and therefore generate extensive and intensive environmental pressure. Before we know about EPR, we know about CSR. This content of the ethical consciousness, social and environmental concern, and also corporate accountability for various aspects, including social and environmental aspects. And EPR introduced by Thomas Lewis in 1990 and become more concerned on environmental objective and responsible on the manufacturer. And the need of CSR and EPR regarding to plastic industry is about its negative impacts from post-consumer plastic packaging generation, and also about firm accountability in avoiding and minimizing the negative impact. But we know that about 95% of plastic packaging material value is lost after a short first use cycle. And the second problem is two drivers of plastic leakage to the ocean. The first is uncollected, and the second is low residual value. This 90% loss of value from plastic packaging to waste. And this is about 75 uncollected and 91% low residual value of post-consumer plastic. And so the two driver, low value of plastic waste is not viable as raw material for mechanical recycling, especially secondary recycling, and also low residual value is not attractive for collecting, trading, and recycling. Then how to leverage the value of post-consumer plastic packaging? The answer is implementation of material value conservation paradigm. This is my proposition about material value conservation, that we should minimize its value degradation and then maximize its residual value and therefore increase its life cycle and also the overall value of the materials. And MVC a strategic choice in avoiding and minimizing the negative impact of plastic waste generation, because this is not a business as usual that keep on managing the accumulation of waste. But when you break through by conserving the material value and not wasting time and wasting resources and managing waste with no value. If we conserve the value of material, we can provide good quality for material recycling. The first is maximize the value of material for recycling and for the installation, and also create new life cycle of consumer plastic packaging with a good quality of recycling products, and then promote plastic recycling business with a value chain, and reduce generation of no and low value of plastic waste. And low value of post-consumer plastic packaging has five sources. The first source is printing ink on the surface of plastic packaging. The second is color pigment in the plastic materials, and the third is use of multi-layer materials, and fourth use of multi-material, and the last is further contamination as packaging and post-consumption of the product. And the next is a strategic question: how to conserve the value of material. The first step is to avoid use of printing ink. And the second, the use of avoid the use of color pigment, and then use no layer on plastic material when applicable, and use monomaterial of plastic for the main material when applicable, and also avoid further contamination. This is part of material value conservation. And how will MVC work? The two sources, avoid of printing ink and avoid of color pigment. We can use printed labels as solution for printing and coloring purpose, like product information, branding, advertising, product attractiveness, and so on. We can use paper labels to avoid the use of contaminated plastic, and the second, we can use thin plastic film label in conserving the value of most material in the main body. And for the third and fourth cause, use no layer on material plastic and use monomaterial when applicable. We can make a limited use of multi-layer as well as multi-material only for special product protection purpose that cannot be delivered by no layer or monomaterial plastic. And also avoid over design of plastic packaging using multi-material and layers for product with no need for that specification. And the last is business as usual. As the old paradigm also focus on avoid further contamination. This very business as usual, like everyday use in managing of waste plastic. And then material value conservation is a smart implementation of CSR, but with EPR. The first is packaging purchaser and packaging producer have not to pay taxes or fines in eliminating or reducing negative impact generated by post-consumer plastic packaging. And the second, redesign of plastic packaging generate high value of post-consumer plastic packaging and then viable for secondary recycling. And more good material, and then more attractive material for collecting, trading, and recycling. And less plastic waste generation also support circular economy and sustainability of plastic industry. One appropriate strategic choice for solution for marine pollution is plastic packaging design for material value conservation, which make take back and recycling activities more attractive and create new value chain and support lucrative business in plastic packaging. And this is about design criteria that I proposed a few years ago. Design criteria for material value conservation, and some example of MVC phenomenon in the existing design. The first is no material value conservation, which use multi-materials, layers of different materials, and worsened by intensive printing and coloring in plastic packaging. And therefore, no residual value for recycling, not viable for recycling business, no or very low collection, trading, and recycling activities. Why the waste became a problem? Because not viable for business and then generate high uncollected waste. And the second example is low material value conservation that use printing and coloring. Intensive printing and coloring is still viable for recycling, but with lower selling price. And the lower selling price is not interesting in business of recycling. Yeah. With low residual value and low viability for recycling, low attractiveness, limited collection for trading and recycling, and then still generate uncollected waste that leakages to the ocean and so on. This is the two examples of more of better value conservation. The first is the use of transparent or white plastic, and the information and branding use of labels, both paper or plastic label, thin plastic label, and therefore after remove the label, we can find out high residual value for recycling, and then with low additional cost for removal of the labels, and more collection and trading and recycling from this kind of packaging, but still generate limited waste from labels. product brand and information facilitated by the use of easy removing labels. Yeah. And the second example is the base material value conservation with no label, no printing, and no coloring of the plastic material. But this is has no place for branding and information. Only with transparent embossed plastic surface. For example, in the center of the packaging, yeah? And the rest of packaging with no information and with no branding part for the product, yeah. But this value of material is very conserved and make very viable for recycling with good selling price.
Sorry, Prof. Joko, 1 minute left.
Okay.
Sorry, Prof.
Okay, in this example of using a label, we can be removed and the value is still high, but the red cap of bottle can be replaced with transparent or white color with higher value of material. Yeah. And then in promoting this strategic role, we need a role of stakeholders with 10 kind. And the last is a remark for material value conservation implementation. The first, low and uncollected plastic waste that not suitable for trading dominate plastic pollution in the ocean. Yeah. And the second, low value of plastic waste is predominantly caused by inappropriate design for secondary recycling requirement. The third, redesign of plastic packaging is a strategic and smart choice in the implementation of MVC, CSR, and also EPR. Appropriate strategic role of stakeholders should be promoted to accelerating the use of design for MCC for green plastic packaging production. And the last, the use of plastic layers and multi-materials still need a strategic solution in conserving the value of consumer plastic packaging. This is my reference, and thank you for all of you.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Joko. Yeah, this session, actually, we would like to discuss plastic packaging waste and EPR, which is EPR coming from the concept of polluters pay principles. So Indonesia and Vietnam in this region already start with developing PRO. PRO is a producer responsibility organization. In Indonesia, like mentioned in the previous presentation by Pak Triyono, Indonesia established IPRO, Indonesia Packaging Recovery Organization. Now for the next speaker, we would like to also listen from PRO Vietnam. The next speaker is Laurent Levan. He is a founding member, board member of PRO Vietnam. Please, Laurent, the time is yours.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to be with everyone this afternoon, and I would like also to thank the organizer for your kind invitation to the Packaging Recycling Organization of Vietnam, which I represent today. So without further ado, if we can share my presentations. I have a very short video. I hope it works, just to introduce our communication campaign for recycling.
Việt Nam tươi đẹp và muôn màu cảnh sắc. Nơi đó chiếu ánh mắt luôn hướng về tương lai, chiều nụ cười luôn vững một niềm tin, chiều ước mơ luôn khát khao cháy bỏng về một tương lai xanh, sạch, đẹp hơn. Một tương lai ta chung tay vun đắp. Một tương lai ta chung sức giữ gìn. Một tương lai ta cùng nhau vững bước. Để đất nước ta thêm xanh, sạch, đẹp, hãy cùng nhau tái chế bao bì. Bởi mỗi bao bì được tái chế là một cơ hội được trao đi. Bởi mỗi bao bì được xử lý là một món quà đáng quý. Để trái đất thêm xanh, môi trường thêm sạch và Việt Nam ngày càng tươi đẹp hơn, hãy đồng hành
và lan tỏa thông điệp tích cực cùng Pro Việt Nam trên chuyến hành trình này. Liên minh
tái chế bao bì Việt Nam
vì một Việt Nam xanh, sạch, đẹp.
Thank you. Can we move to the slide? So this PRO was established about 2.5 years ago with 9 FMCG companies on the 21st June 2019. Next, please. And the organization subsequently was recognized by the highest authority, by the Prime Minister, during the Sustainability Forum on the 12th of September 2019. Next, please. And we have also celebrated our first anniversary on the 26th June, just during the COVID. But as you know, Vietnam was quite spared at that time from the pandemic. So we were able to get together in the Vietnam, Bali, to celebrate the first anniversary. Next, please. And today we have 19 members. A lot of companies that you're familiar with here, but also we have, beside the brand owners, recyclers, packaging makers, and also retailers. Next, please. On the top of the core members, we have also strategic partners. You have the government, through the agencies of the Ministry of Natural Resources. We have also the Vietnam Chamber of Commerce, some very established institutions that you can see. And we have also other associations like the Plastic Association. We have also communication partners, corporate service partners for the legal, consumer insights, research, for example. So this is really a large, I would say, platform of collaborations that we have been able to build over the last 2.5 years. Next, please. So very briefly, our vision is to make the country green, clean, and beautiful, and to promote the circular economy in the country, making packaging recycling more accessible and sustainable. And importantly, is our ambition is by 2030, all packaging material that the members put into the market will be able to collect for recycling. Next, please. Very quickly, what PRO Vietnam is, and I will focus just on that, given the time constraints. So we are a voluntary industry-driven pre-competitive solution. We are professionally run because we have a CEO and a team fully dedicated to run the operation, supported by the members that I have mentioned to you before. We are not a profit-driven company. And we are acting as interface between industry, consumers, NGOs, and authorities. Importantly is really to focus on how we can build a recycling system, ecosystem, so that also encompasses the EPR, which I will mention earlier, later in my presentation. Next, please. Very quickly as well, the core founding principle of the industry-led coalition is collaborations, proactive leadership, inclusivity and fairness, integrity, passion, and really result focus. As this organization is also driven by private sector, we also build capabilities in terms of competencies expertise from each and every member's knowledge about packagings, also communication capabilities. The marketing, for example, is something that all FMCG companies, as you know, are pretty good at. So we pull all together the business capabilities to support the organization. Next, please. So this is very familiar to you, so I will not focus too much on this slide. This is basically the full loop, the circular economy that we aim at building in the country. Next, please. So very importantly for us, you see that tree curve. In the next 5 years, PO Vietnam is working hard building projects with two objectives. The first one is really to build the mindset for sorting packaging material at source. So we want to increase the top of the mind for the consumer when it comes to segregation. That will certainly help to provide accessibility in terms of collections, and therefore to enhance the recycling. So the project that we have developed so far also work in well synchronization with the EPR, which we have been collaborating with the government agencies and also other stakeholders. Next, please. As I mentioned, the objective is really collections for recycling, helping to design the EPR in collaboration with stakeholders. And on the right, you can see on the maps, today we have 7 projects running through 3 streams: municipal streams, retail stream, school streams. And for each of the projects, we have different partners. Next, please. So let me share briefly on the EPR. So we have been able to closely collaborate with, as I mentioned, government and other stakeholders. Vietnam has the renew of the environmental protection law in 2020, which already stipulates about the EPR decree in law. So basically, can you go to the next slide? So basically, we have formed a group which we call the packaging industry group, which comprise of all, let's say, stakeholders, including POO, to discuss with the regulators in terms of 3 main points, which I summarize here. So the first one is to recommend on the recycling rates for products and packaging. The second one is to propose a standard for recycling. And the third one is to propose the right levels of contribution. So next slide, please. So the draft has been revised a few times, and I will not go into detail. It's a little bit technical, but as I mentioned earlier, the aim is really to align all the industry actors, all the value chain actors on the who are the oblige industry, what material should be part of the EPR, what is the recycling rates, the time for implementations, and the fees, that the oblige actors will have to contribute. Next, please. Next, please. So here, just an example of calculation. So part of the PAG group, we have set also that 3 subgroups, and each of the group is really taking care of the 3 points that I mentioned earlier. So here, it's, for example, sharing about how to come up with the right formulations for the recycling rates. So work is still on progress. So this is just for illustration purpose. Next, please. So this is important, and this is quite close to what all stakeholders have been able to agree upon. As you can see, putting up EPR, it's about aligning also on the timing. So you can see that next year, in the 2022, with MONDRE is the Ministry of Natural Resource and Environment. So we are going to set up an EPR Council, followed by the EPR Office, EPR Portal. The list of packaging will be defined by then, and also research will be done to set pilot targets for the recycling and fees. 2023, we will be aligning on the fees and targets, starting at the realistic level. 2024 will be start full system. That means it's a transition year for the full rollout that will be happen the following year. Next, please. So last but not least, I would like to show very quickly some slides. As you know, business can be a force for good. Each member of PRO, without exception, have been contributing in building awareness about sorting, collection, and recycling, the 3R that we all know. Next, please. So you can see here, we're talking about change awareness for segregation. Here, we're talking about improved plastic packaging and recycling. Next, please. Another company, for example, has imported, recycled plastic and also started to include that into their local packaging. Next, please. This is local recyclers and maker of plastic, right? So we hear before about how important is packaging design. So here is a local company that also contribute in the innovation for packaging. Next, please. Yes, so here we are talking about sorting and how to collect. So you have a major premium retail company that is also provide the venue for consumers to come and dispose of their key packaging materials. Next, please. And this is also another packaging company on UBC. So they are very much established in school channel. So there's a lot of educational campaign made at the academia stream about sorting and collection and recycling of UBC. Next, please. So here another famous brand, promoting the recycling, how to reuse the CB bag, for example. Next, please. Yeah, so in short, just to end is to say that it is important for private sector, basically because we are all responsible for the product that we put into the market. It is not good for us to see our brands landing in the environment. So therefore, it is very important that collectively we get all together and build that industry-led coalition, which is the PRO. And so far, the 2.5 years has been quite a success, despite the COVID, which has also delayed most of our project last year. But this month, we plan to resume, and we will scale to more cities starting from 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Loren. Yeah, now we move to the next speakers. Please, the bio of the speakers. Jad Muller. He is an international portfolio manager at the Danish Environmental Protection Agency. Okay, please, Jan Muller, the time is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Arisman, and good afternoon to everybody here from Denmark. My name is Jan Møller Hansen. I'm from the Danish Environmental Protection Agency. Today, I just want to, just hold on, I'm just sharing the screen. Or maybe Mr. Arisman, could you share the screen?
Yeah, sure.
With
The
my
organizer,
presentation?
yeah, please.
Next one.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so I just want to say a few words about the common challenges we are facing and a little bit about the good practices, the roles, responsibilities among stakeholders, and then a few words on ways forward. The next one. If we look at the plastic issue, I think we all recognize that it's a global problem. We face it at national, local, regional levels, and it's all about the future of our planet and the future generations. Many of the products that we are dealing with and the companies, etc., they are the same. They go across countries. Of course, there are many local companies, but the products are very much the same, and it affects our societies, economies across the globe. So in terms of the challenges, I think we face a lot of the same complexities, also the political aspects, the economic aspects, the consequences we are facing, etc. So it's all about what do we do, how do we respond, how do we organize and finance effective measures and create and instill changes in industry among consumers, and how do we change our way of living. Next. So here in Denmark, the situation is that we have 100% coverage in terms of waste services. We collect nearly all the waste from all the households and industries. Of course, there are leakages, but we are very good at sorting and collecting our waste. And everybody are paying. You cannot own a house or an apartment without paying for waste services. The financing is coming from taxes. It's not, you can say, the government's money, it's the people's money that are financing. So the polluter pays for the waste services. But we do have a problem in Denmark. We are not good enough in recycling our materials and not plastic either. And then we also incinerate too much. We don't have a big problem with the discharge of plastic to the sea anymore. We used to have 50 years ago, but we have more or less solved the problem with leakage to the sea. It's more the recycling now, and it's about incinerating less and creating a circular economy. So our recycling rates are too low and we incinerate too much. So here we are concerned about how we reuse and recycle our products and also the plastic. We are also concerned about the microplastic in products, wastewater, and in the environment, and how it accumulates in humans, in nature and animals. So we are focusing also on microplastic now. In Denmark, a lot of our recycling of plastic and the more advanced type of plastics are exported to Germany and neighboring countries because they do have bigger and more advanced recycling plants there. And it's also economically more feasible to export to neighboring countries. But we are developing new larger recycling plants in Denmark for plastic recycling. Next. The development here takes place in the private sector. The companies are innovating. And we also have very effective waste utilities in all the municipalities who run a lot of different initiatives. And of course, we do see growing public awareness and also a political will to change the business as usual. So our government, and I think a lot of people, they have recognized that plastic is fantastic, but it's also very problematic. We cannot get rid of plastic, but we have to design, produce, and use it much, much smarter. So we are looking very much into how we design our products. And of course also how we advance on the recycling and the downstream, but the design part plays a very big role now here in Denmark. And I think we have also realized that the good intentions and the behavioral change among consumers will not be enough. We do need legislation. So the legislation here in Denmark is driven a lot from the EU. And we are working on new EPR legislation and schemes here in Denmark, which will be introduced at the end of 2024. So new legislation is being implemented or developed right now. One example I want to just mention we have here in Denmark is it's a take-back system for brewerage packaging. It has existed for many years, but it's being refined all the time, and it's owned by the breweries in Denmark who pays for it. And all citizens in the country know the scheme, and all shops who are bringing any breweries products on the market has to be part of this take-back system. Whether it's a one-man shop or it's a big retail company, they have to be part of this take-back system, and it's a deposit system. Here they collect 92% of all the packaging, brewerage packaging in the country, and they recycle all the products, and most of it is then sent to Germany. Next. If we can have the next slide. So here you just see up there in the corner, it's a vending machine, an example where citizens come with their bottles and cans and all that. And we have that in all the municipalities across the country. And we also see a lot of the food packaging is being marked now, and consumers are becoming much more aware of what kind of packaging the products are using. And we also see different companies who are producing products in plastic. They are becoming better and better in reusing the plastic. Next. So, but we know we have a problem. We produce too much waste, and we incinerate too much. And then we are below average when it comes to recycling of plastic in EU. So we are working hard on the new legislation. We have a plastic strategy. We have a circular economy strategy that is being rolled out. And one thing I want to mention, which might be interesting to many of you, is that here in Denmark we have formed new partnerships between the government, industry, associations and research actors. And we have a group in agriculture, we have one in building and construction, one in food and retail, and one in hotel and restaurants. And the partners here are finding solutions, future solutions for the new EPR schemes and this plastic directive from EU. So the laws and legislation that are being developed by government are developed together with the industries and also consumer associations, because the government, I think, have realized that if we want effective, implementable, enforceable laws and legislation, we need to have the producers and consumers being part of developing the laws. So these partnerships are formalized, and they work on trying to find some win-win solutions and common solutions to the problems. And here they look at the entire value chain. And as I said, the design part is what we are focusing a lot on, not just the downstream recycling, but the design. And I think it's 80% of the environmental footprint is created in the design. So designing more smart and better is one of the keys to getting rid of the waste in the future. Next. So this about the plastic packaging, the design part, we find very important. And the target here for packaging is that in 2025, 65% as a minimum of plastic packaging has to be recycled. And if we look at plastic as a common material, it should be at least 50% in 2025 that is being recycled. And we have a target of reducing the takeaway plastic, certain types of takeaway plastic, by 50% in 2025. So so the targets are there, and the industry is actively involved in trying to achieve these targets. And I think there's a growing awareness that the companies are not just responsible for the content for their products, but also for the packaging. Next. So we see it as a matter of developing common joint solutions, and of course introducing new legislation and enforcement, and finding incentives for the producers and creating the markets for these recyclable products and the plastic. And here I also want to mention that we recognize that we have to change our mindset and the way of living. And it's also about the long-term education. So in all the schools, the kids are trained in what waste is, what kind of waste they produce. They learn about the recycling centers. They go out in nature and collect the waste and sort it and do different exercises. So all the kids have the waste management as part of their curricula and training programs, because they are the future consumers. So in terms of the solutions, keep it simple, affordable, scalable, and then also finding acceptable solutions, both for industry, consumers, and government. That's I mean, just a reflection that we have here in Denmark. I also heard one of the other presenters talking about finding simple designs, simple packaging solutions, etc. So we can take the products apart and recycle them again in an affordable manner. And of course, in Denmark, we also have the problem with the greenwashing and trying to be transparent about what is happening in the industry. So that's also one of the challenges we have, which was mentioned by one of the other presenters. So thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you, Jen. Yeah, we listened from Jen that related to take-back system, like in Denmark, they introduced a deposit return system. This is also a challenge for ASEAN countries. I think we have to listen also, because in Denmark focus on the bottles and beverage. Yeah. So now for the next speakers, we invite Secretary General of Indonesian Food and Beverage Association, Mr. Indrayana. Please, Pak Indrayana, the time is yours.
Thank you. May I share my slides?
Sure, Pak.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of GAPMI, the Indonesia Food and Industry Association, I would like to share the best practice of our member of association in regard to the EPR policy. Of course, to refresh, I would like to start with, there are so many regulations of Indonesia on the plastic stakeholder. Actually, start from the national law, government regulation, presidential regulation, presidential decree, ministerial decree, regional, local regulation, And of course, the most famous one is the yellow part here, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry Regulation 75/2019 on roadmap in waste reduction by producer, which is EPR. Well, actually, regulation is for the stakeholder, not just for producer. And for this roadmap is basically mentioning that this will come into effect in January 2030 with several steps. Start from the reduction of the plastic with the modeling and trial, and then practice of implementation and fully implementation 2030. And later on also will be a limitation and of sizing and restriction of certain packaging in 2030, such as, for example, on the single-use plastic, or in the some model PS and polystyrene and PVC that cannot be used anymore, and some limitation of the sizes. For example, in bottle, minimum like 600 milliliter, or say for the sachet of the 50 gram extra. So again, as mentioned by previous speakers, that the role of packaging in the food industries is actually is a service, is a delivery system for affordable, accessible, and food safety. And again, the condition of Indonesia really need a plastic for its packaging, considering that, say, more than 95% of our retailer still is Papa Mama shop traditional stores, where we really need to protect the food safety, affordable and accessible. And by nature, as mentioned again by previous speaker, that the right use will reduce food loss, waste, and positively environmental, positive to environment as well. But the negativity is that there will be impact on the social cost and environmental in managing the post consumer packaging. However, again, we put some emphasis that as industry, by nature, we want to optimize the use of packaging to not make it under packaging or over packaging. In GAPMI, we actually observe several industry response toward the regulatory, and of course, the forementioned by the speaker that the NPAP is part of again the GTAP, same with Vietnam. Indonesia is the one of the first country to produce the national launch the national Plastic for Action Partnership. Basically, it is a public-private partnership involving government, business, donor, civil society, and scientists to find up we call it the models or initiative that can be scaled up and can inspiring towards the plastic management and reduce the discarded plastic to the sea. And the more established one also coalition called PRAISE. It is a packaging and recycling association for Indonesia sustainable environment, and it consists of like multinational and local companies, 6 companies. And recently, the PRAISE launched the model of the iPro, almost similar with Vietnam. This is an Indonesia Packaging Recycle Organization, Recovery Organization, and various food industry member who basically our approach is start from the CSR, community development, creative economy, waste bank management, various recycling initiative, and scientific study on material and plastic degradable, sustainable business for various PET-based collection and recycle, and of course not to mention also the use of the bio conversion of support like the black soldier fly to separate the plastic and organic one. And the companies involved, of course, again, most of the food companies are member of GAPMI. So either the multinational company stated below, Coca-Cola, Indofood, Dow, Chandra, Asri, MAP, Coca-Cola, Nestle, Tetra Pak, and all local company like Nutri-Food, Kapal Api, Garuda, Inaco, Mayora, all are actually sharing their best practice. And due to the limited time, we cannot share one by one on their best practice. This is the roadmap of the NPAP. So basically, there are call it 5 actions of NPAP as aforementioned as a strategy to make some approach that the plastic, say the collection, the recycling, and the circular economy is working well, and basically, the group are divided into 5 task force, and then the task force will find a model and share to everybody to achieve 75% reduction of plastic by 2025. And for the praise, it's actually the organization who launched the iPro. Basically, iPro is a voluntary independent who focus on collection and recycling of post-consumer packaging. And then, of course, we verifying financial flows to comply with national and international environment standard toward a circular economy. So our member also do say best practice, and then also it is endorsed by our government. This is the creation one of the example of our member activities on the CSR, like making the community development and put more value on the packaging to make a handicraft based on plastic extra. This is actually made, actually there are so many creative hands in Indonesia, and it is so many member has this kind of activities. Also the other environment stewardship on the waste bank, on the tree plantings, on the say managing of the restaurant and chain, education, plastic waste, community development campaign. It is done from several members as well. And this the local company also who do the Nutri-Food do some activities on the plastic and also managing the post-consumer packaging through with education and inspiration, and also work with the third-party recycler. Nestle, of course, very famous, and basically is strategic from the global on how their approach on the plastic packaging. So start from the promoting waste wisely behavior, and then develop a new packaging, including sustainable packaging strategy and support for waste-free future. And this is also a local company who's strong in PET bottle, Le Minerale. They also doing quite advanced, say, bottle management on the PET. Also involved in many campaigns, also member of GAPMI. And very important also Aqua, the one of the leading in say mineral water, and also very established in managing its plastic called wise plastic management wisely. So they are basically is already quite advanced in managing the cost, the post-consumer waste packaging. Yeah, this is also same their activities. And Indofood, one of the local company, again we start from industrial set, the design, the innovation, the process, and then how we work as part of the member of PRICE and IPRO, and of course the NPAP. We work together in collaboration, and for internal initiative, we manage the waste bank in the Warung, and then waste collector management, and then partnership with some use of the recycled product. And also learn from the circular economy. Again, we are very agree with Professor Joko mentioned, or other colleagues previously, saying that it is a lot of effort and say cost involved when we manage the non-valuable waste. So especially challenge in rigid and flexible packaging, very difficult to the flexible one is very difficult to collect and to manage, and not to mention all the effort to the value chain. This is the interesting chart on how we portray the say study on plastic by our dear NPAP, and of course with a snapshot of the plastic waste in 2017 data, and we can find that where the 6.8 metric ton of plastic waste end up, and we can find that actually the recycle is still very low. It's at around 10%, and it is of course it's like 180 degrees to Denmark. Yeah, it's almost 100% are actually managed or collected. Disposal 28%, and the 61% are actually is not collected well and pushed to open burning, dumping online, or even some leakage to the sea. And basically, again, what come to the recycle is basically the valuable one, but we have to find out what we should do on the non-valuable plastic. Again, we've tried to study what the previous speaker said, that also the regulatory in Indonesia, the circular economy directly translated to recycling, while actually base is not only just 3R, or reduce, reuse, and recycle, but there is a 1R on the, we call it, it's a written to earth, or more, we call it end of life strategy, especially for the call it non-valuable waste, or recapture the at least the values into end of life of the plastic. So this is the more holistic way of what we should do, not only just recycling. So again, this is a study from the say Biosystemic 2020. Again, is the same with Prof. Joko mentioning that some plastic that are able to be mechanical recycling, especially PET, HDPE, PP, but when come up to the multi-layers or waste, mechanical recycling is actually almost technically not feasible, but perhaps use other means like pyrolysis or other means for incinerator can do well. So basically, PET is good for recycling, where for the non-valuable one is actually we have to think how to make it wisely, especially or not just call it recycle. And the key point message of GAPMI, we supporting comprehensive ESR, so not only EPR but ESR, extended stakeholder responsibility on waste, and the role of packaging is very important. Again, we repeat that including the restriction of certain packaging and limitation may jeopardize the affordability, accessibility, and food safety, and lead to high cost economy. Because if the company have to collect the non-valuable waste, and it is almost technically impossible. Moreover, if it is by brand and or by company, and producer is only one of the stakeholder, so need to educate, and then also the every stakeholder have to have a role in the value chain of plastic. And then the circular economy is not only recycling, but example of the waste to energy or more compostable and degradable plastic that proven to dissolve in the TPA. TPA is the central station, cartridge station, and if it can consider the value chains, and then if it is can make the technically, scientifically, that the plastic can be degradable or compostable, is worth to put into the system. And consider also the RTF. It is start a lot to reduce the say build up of the pile of the waste. And how about the waste-based electric generator, where in Surabaya is already working, but we still have another 12 cities, 11 cities, or another 14 waste-based electric generator is not yet implemented. That's also a question. And this is also some study on the that biodegradable plastic is not a solution for littering, but limit biodegradable plastic to specific use for which reduction, reuse, and recycling are not possible. So perhaps this study also come from the European biodegradable, and one of the food company can become say a good example as well. So thank you. That's the sharing from our company.
Okay, thank you, Pak Indrayana. Yeah, we will discuss later. Now, for the next speaker, Arthur Nitisen from Systemic. Arthur will share with us EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility Indonesia. We can discuss the debate on EPR or ESR, but please, Arthur, the time is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Arthur Nitisen. I work for a company called Systemic. Let me share my screen just a moment. Yes, I think for practical purposes, whenever I say EPR, you can also hear ESR. The two terms are not exactly identical, but let's kind of assume they're similar. So my name is Arthur Nitisen. As several of the speakers pointed out, there are two major developments that took place in Indonesia relatively recently. Pak Indra already mentioned both of them. The first one is the regulation in late 2019 called Regulation 75, the roadmap on waste reduction by producers. And the second one was the founding of the PRO in Indonesia, IPRO. To contrast this a little bit with what Mr. Laurent of the PRO Vietnam explained about Vietnam, the regulation in Vietnam, as we saw, has quite some detail on how the PRO should be run. Mr. Laurent shared some formulas that are in the draft decree over there. The regulation that you see on the left, this Regulation 75, does not go into that type of detail. So it rather states reduction targets and recycled content targets for producers, and basically sets out a roadmap until 2030, as Pak Indra explained, and other earlier speakers, about how to achieve those targets. But it does not really tell industry how to organize and what to do exactly. So the voluntary PRO that has been set up by 6 companies, as Pak Indra mentioned, is not something that let's say is directly regulated. And for that reason, many people would say that the Indonesian PRO system, EPR system, ESR system is a voluntary system. We can debate about whether that's exactly the right terminology, because from 2006 there has been a law that says that producers are responsible but most people would consider it voluntary. What I would like to do in this presentation is to say a little bit about what systemic does in Indonesia. I'll go very quick over that. And then I'll present the results from some of the work that we've done regarding EPR, ESR, PROs in Indonesia. Part of it in close collaboration with Jan, who is a previous speaker from the Danish government. Systemic, in case you don't know it, our most famous project is a project that we've set up together with Borealis and with a number of other partners that you see in the bottom right, called Project Stop. Here we essentially work with local governments, mostly with Kabupaten, on setting up a collection system and a sorting system in cities that don't have that. So far, there's been around 200, I think by now it's 230,000 Indonesians that have waste collection for the first time. And we're targeting to expand this to several million people. A very closely related project, but separate from Project Stop, is a project called Bersih Indonesia that we do with the Alliance to End Plastic Waste and with GIZ, which attempts to set up a similar system in Kabupaten Malang, covering about 2.5 million people. And these projects are fully funded and operational. So it's nice to see that real impact is happening on the ground. Other things Systemic has been involved in is we helped write the original NPAP report and set up the initial platform before WRI took over. Then a second thing is this morning there was a launch event for policy research that has taken about 2 years. Perhaps some of the people who are attending this session were there this morning as well. And other than that, we're in the final stages of finalizing a plastic policy simulator with the World Bank that's based on the NPAP report. So this will be a tool that the government can use to with a very complicated analytical model behind it to kind of select different policies and see what that does to Indonesian, to, for example, the leakage rates and to the budget of the government. Beyond those things, we've done 3 things on EPR. The first one is from November to January, Systemic supported the setup of IPRO. That is to say, this was the period where the IPRO management was coming in, and we gave them short-term support on basically just getting started. Then from March to June, we worked with the Danish, as I mentioned, and with some support also from the Norwegians, who of course are also co-funding this event today, to do a discourse mapping. We interviewed 12 parties about the state of EPR, ESR in Indonesia, and we wrote a report to reflect their opinions. This report will be published soon. So if you're interested, please do reach out, and I can see if I can get you a copy as the moment it gets published. And then between July and now, we are supporting the global, or actually we've done this for about 2 years already. We are supporting the global optimal EPR hub of the Consumer Goods Forum. And the Consumer Goods Forum is the global organization of consumer goods and retail companies. So basically a bit like GAPMI, but then on a global scale. And within this group, 2 priority countries have been selected. One of them is Indonesia, and the other one is Vietnam. Mr. Laurent, I'm also very, very excited to listen to your presentation. I would love to be in touch to hear a bit more and to exchange notes. So this is to say that, let's say, from a global perspective, and yesterday there was a call for this Consumer Goods Forum that had the CEOs of Unilever, of Mars, of several large companies. It was chaired by Alan Job, where they discussed EPR in Indonesia. So this took place yesterday afternoon, in EPR in Indonesia and in Vietnam. So this is just to highlight how extremely important the topic that we're discussing today is to people like Alan Job, the global CEO Unilever. He is really looking at the things that we are doing here, and not only he. Like I said, there were several other global CEOs on the line. What did we do for this middle thing, so this discourse? So we spoke to 12 parties and wrote a report that basically outlines what is happening on EPR right now. What does that regulation 75 mean? What is IPRO? Then we try to give a very neutral reflection of what are the stakeholder views and suggest some next steps. I'll skip over all of those things and go straight into the next steps because I think that's the most, or these are suggested next steps, of course. This is just humbly what Systemic would suggest. The first one we would suggest is that there is a need to clarify terminology. Today, in this conference, when people are speaking about EPR or about producer responsibility, what I hear is that most people understand it to mean the principle that companies put money into some sort of an organization or some sort of a fund, that fund then funds collection and recycling activities. That's, for example, exactly what's happening in Vietnam. It is also what IPRO is doing. That is one, let's say, way to talk about EPR that's very common in Indonesia. There is a second way, which is strictly what is in Permen 75. And as I said at the beginning, those two things are not exactly the same, because Permen 75 does not prescribe an organization like IPRO. But there's a need to clarify the terminology, because often when you're in one conference and people talk about producer responsibility, they actually mean very different things. So from now on, I'm going to try to say IPRO when I mean IPRO, or PROs when I mean one thing, and Permen 75 when I mean the other. The second suggestion is that there is a need to clarify responsibilities regarding the PRO. And I think this links a bit to what Indra of GAPMI mentioned as well. It isn't entirely clear. So it's clear that companies are responsible, but it isn't entirely clear how far that responsibility goes. So who exactly pays what to whom for what? There's a felt need among the parties that we interviewed to make that a little bit more specific, because otherwise you risk that one company interprets it in one way and another in another way, it becomes a bit unfair. What is the relation to the single-use plastic excise that Parliament and the Ministry of Finance are planning? If there is going to be basically an excise tax on single-use plastics, that would change the entire landscape, right? Perhaps this whole conference wouldn't be necessary if there is an excise, because if companies are already paying a lot into excise, then they will probably be less inclined to support an EPR, ESR type system. What is required when it comes to reporting? Is there a need for strengthening the legal framework? So there are still a lot of major questions that I think are, this is my personal assessment, and please do disagree with me if you do. But my personal assessment is that uncertainty makes companies a bit reluctant to move, because they don't know exactly what is the right thing to do. So we would suggest to clarify this in a public-private dialogue that can take place within, let's say, existing institutions, perhaps within the NPAP or perhaps within another existing group, to clarify these responsibilities, also to clarify what is the relation between excise and PRO funding. Is there any relation between the two? Could you get a discount on your excise if you have a very good, if you take your responsibility very well, or is that just not on the table? And to form a committed working group that has this dialogue. So that would be our second suggestion: clarify responsibilities. And I think that this is a multi-year dialogue, to be realistic. And then the last one is there's a need to develop technical capabilities. Again, if I link back to the presentation on Vietnam, there what you saw is that in Vietnam there is a PRO, and in Vietnam they've got 2 years to implement an entire EPR system. I wouldn't say out of nowhere, but it's going to be a big lift. It's going to be a very, very, very big challenge to do that. and tremendous respect to the Vietnamese for pulling all of that off, or for setting all of that up. In Indonesia, it's basically the same thing, right? Because if you look at how, and this is again with the most possible respect, but if you look at how big iPro is at the moment and how big the CSR activities of the companies are, that is actually very small compared to the entire footprint of these companies, the entire plastics footprint of these companies. And maybe it's not that these companies are not willing to do more, but going from a very small organization to something that covers the fourth country in the world by population is a gigantic thing, right? That requires a lot of systems, technical expertise to get that off the ground. And this topic is also a bit about, this session is about sharing best practices internationally. And I absolutely think there is a role for international expertise here. But realistically, and I called it European EPR expertise. But realistically speaking, the systems in Europe are so different that the solution will have to be invented in Southeast Asia, in Indonesia, and I think also in Vietnam. So why don't we set up some sort of an EPR emerging market design institute in Jakarta that figures out how to really technically do these things, how to get this off the ground. And I'm thinking about very specific things like setting up a company registry, how to do the verification system, how to decide which company pays what into the system. So very, very practical things that are needed to expand this system. These are my suggestions. I'm very happy to take any questions, and very happy to debate any more of these points. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Arthur. Now because we run out of the time, we have two more. So we hope that Dr. Paul Johannes and David Tenos on time, 10 minutes. Please, Dr. Johannes Paul Johannes, you can start. Paul Johannes from GIZ, please. Paul, sorry.
Yeah, pleasant good day to all of you. I hope the internet connection is good. So in case the internet connection is not good, let me know. Yeah, I would just like to add some, from a helicopter perspective, some selected case studies to put us to the real world. Many things were said. Please give me the next slide that I can go into the explanation. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please.
Yeah, with this slide, I just want to put us in the context. We know that waste generation on a global scale is increasing. We are almost with 2 billion tons now, according to the World Bank. Around 2 billion people have no access to waste collection. If it comes to circularity, less than 10% can be called circular. To understand system, we have to see that every time. Thank you. To understand systems, you need to look at waste quantity, quality, the context of a country. And just to bring us into the left side, you see a diagram with the waste generation, which differs from the low-income countries to high-income countries in the range of 100 kilogram per capita per year to the high-income countries more than 700 kilogram per capita per year. So waste quantity with income increasing, that is relevant. If it comes to the composition, you see 3 pie diagrams. LIC stands for income country, high IC for HIC for high income country. We are developing from 60 to 70% could be amount of
sorry, Paul. Looks like your connection not really good. We can't hear you.
Kind of packages, plastics, paper, glass, but bio-waste decreases to 30–40%. But packages make more than the half on every truck if we collect waste. So just to put us in the context, next please. Maybe what can you bring the next slide, please?
Next slide, please.
Sector for high-income countries. This is a big difference, the same as financing. The burden is very much on the municipal side in low-income countries. Next slide. Slide, please. Internet connection seems to be bad again. Next slide, please. Arisman, can you still hear me?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Next slide.
I think internet connection is bad, I'm afraid. Next, please. Yes. With this slide, I just want to show you that if we discuss here very often the focus in many low and income countries is still on the post-consumer side. Can you go?
Next slide. Okay.
One slide back, please.
One slide.
Can you go one slide back, please?
Previous slide. Yeah. This one.
Anyhow, if you don't hear me.
Paul, unfortunately we cannot hear you. Sorry. Paul?
I'm afraid since the slides go without to show, one was from Germany. The EPRs.
Paul, can you hear me? Okay. Hi, Paul. Maybe you can try to rejoin Zoom again. Is it okay for you, Paul? Okay. Okay, maybe when we are waiting for Paul back to our Zoom, we move to David Thanos. David, okay. David is from, oh, okay. Please, Pak David, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David from PT Namasindo Plus. Let me share first my presentation. Okay. The title of my presentation this afternoon is Innovation of RPET from Namasindo Plus, as also explains to our today's topic, best environment practice of plastic packaging waste from Namasindo, of course, and also the extended producer responsibility from our point of view regarding to our best environment practice in Namasindo. First, I would like to inform you regarding our company, Namasindo Plus, established in year 2000. And we have a factory located at Bandung, West Java, as also our headquarters. One factory located in Medan, North Sumatra, and one factory located in Central Java at Solo. We are producing wide range of plastic packaging for food and beverage products such as gallon jugs, cup, preforms, screw caps and capsule, PET bottles, and also recycled PET. Of course, all the products must produce with different type of plastic resin, and not of all can be reused or be recycled. The one that we know can be developed more is PET resin. Coming from here, more than 10 years ago, we put the concept of B2B and start develop, and we did within more studies from concept. Now we can implement to the process and running on the production. So the B2B concept is actually bottle to bottle, or known as recycled bottles. This is the cycle. So from bottles to bottles, this is the cycles, and I will separate to two parts. Number one, to explain our best environmental practice. And the second one, what is the extent producer responsibility from our point of view? First, let me inform you the best environmental practice. To start the concept to become real in production, we built the RPET factory. This facility we develop step by step and in parallel, go to involve and by studying, by try to go for to get a product standardization. So as you can see, from 2008, and we start step by step, and in 2017, the standardization like SNI or BPOM, we already collected for the RPET. And right now, our RPET line have a capacity of 1,000 tons per month. So what is the insight of our RPET line? So after we receive the flex from collection center, this is the insight of our production line. We are using this machinery until we have the output of RPET. At the bottom line, you can see the RPET just a little bit compared with the virgin PET. And when we're talking about the B2B or bottle to bottle, then we also produce the preform itself. The preform right now, we can produce it combined between the virgin PET and RPET. Or even right now, we already produce with 100% RPET. So after the preform, if we stretch blow or molding that, then become the new bottle again. So the concept B2B or bottle to bottle can be achieved, and this is our best environmental practice. And how about, or where is the extended producer responsibility? Okay, the left part of the cycle, just previous email, just in the previous presentation, previous slides, The benefit of the community inside the cycle or around the cycle, you can see in our collection center. This collection center receive people that want to selling the waste bottles, and using our standard, we are produce it to become a flex with Namasindo standard. What else? We also give opportunity when we open the collection center. As for information, we have some collection center. We have in Bali and Lombok. We have in Central Java, also around West Java. And also to inform more regarding the extended producer responsibility, we maintain the pyramid of what the need of collection center. So starting from the ground, the scavengers itself, to serve one collection center, we can say that need about 1,000 scavengers. We can say times 4 with the family living there. And when they are selling to upper layer, at the territory, there is around 500 people. And up there in the collection centers, around 200 people working for in one collection center. What else? We also create our CSEAS program, which is we put in our Bali collection centers since 2012. We open a clinic and we name it Rumah Sehat for the scavengers under Bali collection center. We built a worker accommodation there and also working together with NGO in Bali. We try to educate the school around there regarding the waste management of plastic PET. And not also to forget that around our headquarters in Bandung, West Java, we also approach the community there, the school, and also people around the cycle to give them our CSR program. And so that's the two parts explained when we say bottle to bottle, and also to answering our title or topic today. How about our RPET itself? Is it certified? Certificates already. So our RPET products covered by certificates. They are Indonesian standards that we already have, like you can see in the slides from BPOM or halal certificates, and also for international like SGS or FDA for FDA proof. And for Namasindo, after we put or we achieve our RPET, then we can create a circular economy. So from linear economic, just only take, make, dispose, because only using virgin resin, by B2B technology from Namasindo, now we can say that we are also going and give the circular economy, because recycle the virgin resin bottle and use it again as a new bottle. So reduce, reuse, recycle, and recover. And for us, we can say that we are the pioneer of recycled plastic PET in Indonesia, and also Namasindo, we are the pioneer of circular economy bottle to bottle in Indonesia. So last but not least, for all of us, we need to do some action together. From previous speakers, we already have more information, a lot of information that not many people knowing about circular economy. Also, not many countries in our region don't have still don't have a good facility for waste products. And also our government and stakeholder not yet make a regulation or still ongoing on the regulation for recycled products. And also we have a homework to do a massive socialization for all of us that must be used the recycled products. So by these slides, I will end my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Yeah, thank you, Pak David, for your presentation. I think it's very long presentation, 7 speakers. We discuss about EPR, circular economy, and also the issue of how to implement EPR in ASEAN countries. This is we learn from Indonesia and as well as Vietnam to establish PRO. And also for Indonesia itself, in 2019, established a roadmap for EPR. Mentioned also by Pak Indrayana that because in the roadmap mentioned about limit sizing and everything. So this is a lot of things we can discuss. Also the challenge of waste collection system, infrastructure of waste management and everything. I think I would like to give opportunity for someone from this room. If you have a question, maybe we start with this room before we go to the question from the Zoom and YouTube. Because in this room, I would like to also inform that we have delegation from academia, from university, as well as a local government when we are talking about municipal waste management. So in this room we have Denpasar, Bogor, Tarakan, Makassar, and Sukabumi, 5 cities, inviting by APECSI. APECSI is a Indonesian Association for Cities, yeah, around 90 cities in this association. And also we have Ministry of Economic Affairs, Industry, Ocean and Fisheries. And also next to me is, I forget to introduce you, Mr. Valentin from Norwegian Embassy in Jakarta. Originally is from Rwanda, yeah, but he's a Norwegian. Okay, please, if from this room, if there's a question related to EPR, or if not, I would like to choose one question from the YouTube. From AREA. AREA is Economic Research Institute in Jakarta. Is one of the think tank in ASEAN. The question goes to Levan or maybe Pak Indrayana from GAPMI. The question is, the amount of flexible packaging waste leaking into the ocean have been growing due to the low collection rate. How developing countries like Vietnam and Indonesia, could enforce the mandatory EPR for low value waste like flexible packaging? Maybe Mr. Levan or Pak Indrayana can respond for this question, please, Mr. Levan. Mr. Levan still with us, right? Mr. Levan, Pak Indrayana.
Thank you, Pak.
Yeah, please.
Thank you for the question concerning the challenges of the flexible packaging waste. And first of all, I will try to make a calculation back, like when I visited one of our contacts who do the recycle business. Basically, the factory, also member of A2P, can process or can do the processing of flexible packaging waste if it is clean, especially from the factory. So first of all, if converter or factory that use flexible packaging has waste, then when they send to this recycler, they can easily do that. But when they have to receive the post-consumer packaging, then the request is that the waste must be clean and dry before they can process it. So therefore, we imagine that to put the clean packaging, then we have to do some effort when say disposing the waste. That's from one first end. For the other end, we also had some model in our Warumindo or Warung Makan Indomie collection. So we teach the warung seller to separate the waste. Even when they cut the open, we use the a third party to teach the warung seller how to make the packaging keep clean. So those two extremes, we can find that 1 kilogram of plastic is consists of like 600 pieces of flexible packaging, and if we convert into the 1 carton of noodle is like 40 pieces, then it's around 15 carton of noodle packaging. Then it is take some such a long time to gather or to or even later on to collect. The cost extra is very high for the flexible packaging. So the first question is, it is costly to do the collection of flexible packaging. And number two is, if it is not clean or dirty, then it use a lot of resources to clean up and to say dry and means pollute the water, etc. So it is the second challenges, and that's why we think that the ideas of EPR for flexible is quite difficult. On the other hand, we see that again, as Pa Hengki also mentioned earlier, that most of the plastic that found in the TPA or the end consumer, I mean the waste center of waste station, is basically the low value plastics. The one that with PET, of course, even we not yet finished drinking, somebody already waiting for the bottle to be take out. But for the low, we call it the shopping bag or other plastic or other say non-valuable packaging, especially will be dumped into the TPA or the garbage center. So we are thinking of, if we do the ESR, then the one that really cannot be collected, because start with the collection, the valuable will be taken by the scavengers or by the waste collector, but the non-valuable, they will just dump it. Then how we manage it in the TPA? One is, of course, ideas of say reducing the mountain of trash by doing like RTF or waste to energy is very is actually quite good option to be approached. Well, of course, tipping fee extra is government must be able to manage and arrange among the stakeholder. And the other possibility is when we talk for the degradable plastic, there was approach in a group that using the call it the chemical degradation or oxo-degradable, they call it. If it can be used in the TPA, in the garbage center, it can degrade and use the ASTM 94 something, ASTM 96954. It's scientifically proven. It is not harm the environment and become really degraded in the say garbage center. So I think it's also one of approach that we can consider. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Indrayana. If we discuss plastic packaging waste and EPR, of course, we have to look at from multi-stakeholder perspective, like mentioned also by Arthur and also Paul Johannes. I think we can also learn from ASEAN, European countries, but of course in ASEAN countries there's a lot of challenges related to the waste management. I don't want to conclude. I would like to invite my colleague from Norwegian Institute for Water Research, Dr. Valentina Tartiu, for wrap up. Is Dr. Valentina Tartiu already in the Zoom meeting? Okay, yes. Please, Dr. Valentina, the time is yours.
Thank you, Arisman. Just a second to share my slides. I would like to kindly ask you to confirm if you could see them in the slideshow mode.
Yeah, you can continue, Valentina, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Valentina Tartiu. I'm a research scientist at the Norwegian Institute for Water Research. That is a partner of CSEAS in the ASEANO project and co-organizer of this event. And I will take a few minutes to wrap up this journey we took this afternoon concerning best environmental practices in the plastic packaging industry. I will start by briefly recalling the objectives set for today's workshop, objectives that couldn't have been met without the insightful presentations of our distinguished speakers. So thanks so much for your great contributions. I'm happy to note that the first two objectives, identifying common challenges faced by each stakeholder to reduce plastic packaging waste and explore, share, and build frameworks, model, and practices, have been extensively addressed by most of our distinguished speakers. And I'm convinced that we managed to touch upon also the last two objectives, creating the venue and encouraging all participants to recognize their potential roles and facilitating a better understanding about how these roles could be further enhanced in order to ensure a more effective reduction of plastic waste. We heard today about several challenges, and they have been nicely exemplified by our speakers. And I would just like to briefly point the most common one that have been addressed by multiple speakers, like waste treatment options and access to recycling technology, concerns about reusability and recyclability of plastic packaging, feedstock availability in the long run when it comes to sustainable plastic packaging alternatives, but also strict regulations when it comes to the reuse of plastics in multiple domains, like food packaging. We had a concrete example from Thailand today. When it comes to good frameworks, model, and practices, the future for reducing plastic waste looks bright. So today our speakers have presented to us several good models and frameworks that could be further taken up also by other countries in the ASEAN region, and not only. Among this, we can recall circular design criteria for food and non-food plastic packaging, the material value conservation approach, APR schemes, tackling plastic packaging adapted to the local needs, because as we heard today, there is no one solution that fits all. Problem also different options when it comes to sustainable packaging, like seaweed, flexible packaging, or plant-based monomaterial bottles. When it comes to practices, we all are challenged to change our mindset and reimagine how plastic may look like in the future in order to be safer, greener, cheaper, and also to embrace life cycle thinking, supporting innovation and investment in circular solutions. Furthermore, when developing a framework of action, we should also keep in mind that we need to meet the local needs. Although plastic pollution is a global problem, it needs local solutions. We should also be careful and avoid accidental greenwashing, and be aware that mixing recyclable with non-recyclable type of polymers, it's not good when it comes to circular packaging design. We should also consider long-term education programs and enhance collaboration among value chain actors in order to be able to improve the economics and quality of the recycling, ensuring a high quality of post-consumer resins, creating markets for recyclable plastic, and also developing more sustainable plastic materials while maintaining the current functionalities, sharing good knowledge and good practices. So to conclude, I will say actors in the plastic packaging industry are called to intensify the sustainability efforts, both when it comes to reducing plastic in the products that are put on the market, but also when it comes to the assessment of new packaging materials before they commit to alternatives, as well as the end-of-life management options. Not only the actors in the plastic packaging industry are called to intensify such efforts, also those in charge of governance mechanisms are also called to take action, given that responsible and effective governance mechanisms should underpin the transition towards a sustainable and circular plastic economy. So policies, regulations, institutional structures relevant to the plastic sectors should be adequately harmonized, as we heard in some of the presentations today. And also demand and supply side market mechanism and policy coherence should also be enhanced. And of utmost importance is the cooperation, collaboration, and sharing of resources, skills, and technologies if we want to succeed and to tackle the plastic marine pollution and put forward sustainable solutions for reducing plastic waste. Thank you, and thanks once again to all our distinguished speakers that made this afternoon a great journey towards plastic waste reduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Valentina. Yeah, I agree with Valentina. Marine plastic pollution need local solution. I would like also to give a high appreciation to all speakers. We have 14 speakers. It's a very productive meeting, and also the participant. We will finish on time 5:30. Please, I leave it to MC.
Thank you, Mr. Arisman, for leading the second session. Distinguished guests, excellencies, ambassadors, speakers, moderator, ladies and gentlemen. Now we come to the end of event of regional workshop, Best Environmental Practices in the Plastic Packaging Industry Solution for Marine Pollution in ASEAN. I would like to remind you that tomorrow we will hold another regional symposium with title Bridging Science to Policy, Science-Based Solution to Marine Plastic Pollution in ASEAN. For offline participants, same as today, we will start at 1 p.m. and before that, you can have lunch first at the restaurant of the hotel at 12. And for online participants, you can also join the event through Zoom or CSEAS YouTube channel at the same time as today. On behalf of the organizer, I would like to extend our deepest appreciation and thankful for your valuable participation. We wish you stay healthy during this pandemic situation. See you in our next event. Goodbye. Thank you.
Okay.